with the re-signifying of methodological approaches in terms of design and research projects, the production of knowledge, alternatives of systematization, forms and tools of data analysis and context, civil communication and new tactics for the popularization of science and technology. The third question, how to realize a reflection on conventional methods and emerging approaches organized around collaborative and engaged activities, contemporary praxis based on transformative interactions between the university and vulnerable communities, risk management, research and community extension, community education, and post-normal science. To discuss these guiding questions in this whole context, we have invited three amazing young professors who will contribute a lot to our discussion today. The first speaker is a companion of many activities. Camila Nascimento, she works at the Educational Center of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. She has a master's in education from the University of São Paulo, and she's a researcher of our risk management lab and of the interdisciplinary group of researchers on disasters from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. The second discussant who has a lot to contribute to our reflections is Professor Renata Ferraz de Toledo from the Postgraduate Program in Architecture and Urbanism and the graduation course in Biological Sciences from University of São Judas Tadeu from São Paulo. She has graduated in Biological Sciences, has a master's and doctorate from the University of São Paulo, and is an adjunct editor of the Bem Sociedade journal. And the third discussant who will talk about amazing, brilliant issues is the Professor Gabriela Leandro Pereira. Gaia, that's how you are known, right? She's a professor from the Architecture University and Postgraduate Program from the Federal University of Bahia, where she has been living her academic life, although she's from another state, called Espírito Santo, where she's doing her postdoc. She is a member of the research group Lugar Comum, or Common Place, where she coordinates the study group Corpo, Discurso e Território, Body, Discourse and Territory. She has a doctorate in architecture. And after the three professors talk, Professor Francisco Comaru, a civil engineer who has a master's from the Polytechnical School and a doctorate from the University of São Paulo, and associate professor from the postgraduate program in Territorial Planning and Management, and he's a coordinator of our lab. He will discuss what has been presented. So let us begin. Samia can start. Samia, you have the floor. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Fernando, for inviting me to be here today. Thank you, Chico, for giving me this amazing opportunity, for bringing me back to this home where I have learned a lot. I have grown a lot here. I believe I have also contributed quite a lot. I feel very happy for celebrating our victories, our achievements in these 10 years. Some of what I will talk about today is related to experiences I took part in and experiences I followed. I believe it's essential. Criticism is important, but it's also important to emphasize our achievements and advancements that we achieved in politics, in our society. It is connected to our new path from now on. So thank you for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity of being here on this panel with Renata. I admire her a lot. And I'm happy to meet Gabriela, who will certainly become one more person I will have a relationship with. Part of what we're talking about is precisely that, necessary relationships in the academic and political field, and how we can integrate all of that into our social activities. I'll talk about it. I will now share my screen in order to make it easier for you and for me. I don't want to forget about the time I have. We get excited. Is everything okay? Please let me know. The title of my presentation is Political Science and Society. It's connected to what Fernando mentioned, the post-normal science. I have worked on that with Renata. It goes, however, beyond the scientific field. How can we really make the borders of planning and territorial planning broader? This is part of the subject we are discussing at this event, and how can we think about relationships, sharing, and the social validation of all this knowledge that exists and is available here. However, many times it has no visibility. To start with, I'd like to introduce myself. Fernando already introduced me, but I'd like to explain that I come from the educational area. I am a Portuguese professor, and this experience was extremely important for me to come into this management scenario when I was a volunteer of an NGO, SOS Mata Atlântica, which is well known. And in the years 2000, I realized we have a need for a transposition. We need to create more mechanisms to educate and to talk, socializing technical knowledge, environmental issues for the major audience, so everyone could become involved and willing to act and to really contribute. I'm coming back to the university. My master's and doctorate is focused on environmental management, climate changes, and that is how I got involved with prevention, urban quality, which is fully connected to the social quality of our relations. It was an amazing gift to be part of this program in my postdoc and to act with the risk management lab in the intersection of how scientific and technical knowledge is important if they are thought about within this context of socializing knowledge. And we need to have two paths here: our research, our studies, and our actions in the scientific field and professional field should advance in a very participative and solidary way. That is what I will talk about today. I have structured my presentation based on the 3 questions that have been presented. Each question is a full theory, let's say. And then I thought about what we can do. Since we are celebrating 10 years now, we should think about what is being done, about my trajectory, everything I have learned, and everything that happened. And our history is also important. We should share all that info. So the first question is how academic researchers and extensionists can resignify, and I really do like this word, how we can change the meaning, reconstruct the meaning, which is being structured in a classic science, and resignify the methods, overcoming these limits, proposing a relationship of dialogue. This extension is important, researching is important, and I am really happy because popular education has also been inserted here.
When we are conducting research, we may have a social impact and think about popular education, and this is a crucial. And I brought an example that I like to highlight, and I've worked on my thesis, as I am in the risk management area, so I will talk a little bit about it. And when I was studying about like prevention and education towards prevention, there was a proposal in 2012, 2014, that a national plan that never really happened, but we had some basic information, and prevention seemed to be what this tool that we have. And then we have like a structuring works. And this is the consensus, and in science and politics and in the society. When we have one area of like a landfill and this risk is imposed, the first thing that I would think that we look for resources like for structural construction. And this is very interesting that we did in Minas Gerais, but it was very emblematic. And it brings like many scars in the city. So for those who walk around those places that can see those areas, we have those scars, and we don't even discuss like housing or sewage, and a part of like the landfill is stuck, but what is in the bottom part? And what about mobility? So we have many different issues that are not thought out, and we've been discussing it, which is the risk management, and it's the territory management, and it's important to understand it in such context. And then when we think about meaning, not change everything, but I brought an example that I follow very closely, which is in something that we did in Recife, like moving from the southeast to the northeast. And now that I am in the city of Natal, but it was a previous experience, and it's a program. It's called a partnership program from the City Hall of Recife. We have many different issues. It's not perfect, but it brings perspective on the risk management related to the territory, but also to popular education and mobilization. So we promoted many different meetings for mobilization. We have a strict connection with social assistance, and the inhabitants understand risks and understand the works that are going to be done. They participate with labor, and they participate in the intervention, and we have other interventions that begin with a set of stairs, and they think about the place not as a scar, but with information that amplify the social quality of living, and the living on the hills, and with community and paintings. And then when we talk about like re-meaning, we give examples like to do something different, but how we can insert perspectives that involve research, that involve like public management, and involve like the population along the process. It's an example that I really like to bring and show. So this is, I will talk a lot about the examples, and my friends here will be able to ask me if these things have visibility for meaning. The second thing that I was presented that was very important, how to combine resistance, territorial fights, and the different ways for engagement in the defense of life. It's not small peanuts. And with this meaning, with this methodological approach in terms of investigative projects, how can we really think about processes that we call a co-production of knowledge? It's not the universities that produce, but this is produced in a dialogue, in the social relationship, alternatives in terms of systematization, ways and tools for data analysis. This is another thesis, like civic communication, and new ways like to make science and technology more popular. So not the classical works and structuring that the workers go there and I forget the name. It's like cement sacks and using land like for to stop landfills. But I brought some other examples that I was happy and I'd like to be part in, and I could not avoid talking about Professor Katja, and her contribution will remain with us for a very long time in the lab, in the university as well. And we thought about how the other cartographic products in fact will be useful for the managers. So how the university produces knowledge, has the tooling, but in fact promote an intervention in terms of functionality of the spatial planning. I was not part of it, but I participated in others. And the production of the cartographic material count with a dialogue with public managers from the municipalities and re-meaning technical terms that are in the cartography so they could be adapted to the local reality. So when we talk about co-production, that's what I mean. What are the local realities and how we can build together so our products and our works have in fact like a social repercussion and can be used in the territory planning. And another example that I like to bring that was really nice, and this I was with my short hair with the lab grease, with the Juqueri Basin, many municipalities. This workshop was in Franco da Rocha related to participative diagnosis, and we had thought about using like maps and the risk situation and some hydronic photographs from other works that we had with graduate and undergraduate students. And then the first images that we have at the bottom were crucial, that we had like drone images, and they were crucial because they created this direct connection with the people who were participating in the workshop with the territory, understanding what was going on, how the housing was, like a possibility of floods and pipes. So it was really interesting. And from then on, we got back to the map and we identify and define a roadmap. But the most meaningful of all that, so the people who lived there, they participated in the process. And when we were there discussing in the room, that there were like very good technical ways, like from the researchers and the managers, and we had people from the local education and environmental areas. So the people were a little bit shy, but when we got to the area, it was the idea was that the people living there would conduct and lead and talk about like previous works and then what had been done before by them and by the city hall. They sat with us and they talked about it because that is their environment. How can we promote participative activities in environments that embrace the population and that back them up, and then people can talk and build this joint work? It was a very important experience. And I will talk about a book that is about to be launched that was part of this extension project. And it was related to research and systematizing the methodology. So this is an important legacy from the lab Greece. And here I will talk a little bit about the other one, the AB Greece, as we are celebrating this project that was very interesting. In terms of like reducing risk in the municipalities, not the technicians were there, not our teams, but our teams were the managers of São Bernardo and Franco da Rocha. So we began producing a methodology that was integrated with the managers because they are the ones who are going to use this planning. They are the ones who need to understand the maps and identify the priority areas, not only collecting data, but it's a collective build-up. So obviously we had some problems, but The idea is precisely this one, how we produce knowledge in the university, but also building it up with the people that actually are going to work with the material that in fact will transform our research in researches that present a social impact. So we had to review the methodology, the traditional 30-year-old about mapping, what were the indicators and variables, and how to propose strategies for prevention, not only the structuring works, non-structuring as well. So we had this process that was designing projects and reformulating methodology, and I hope that we can publish it someday, this kind of learning. And once again, Professor Katia was paramount during the process, discussing and questioning us how we could in the university amplify our knowledge, and that the knowledge could be play an important social role. So now I will talk a little bit about the Northeast. I will talk about two very interesting experiences that it's not related to land slides or floods, but a very interesting experience related to research with another researcher from FGV, someone that I had worked at the Chapada Diamantina in Bahia, raising the impact of the droughts with farmers, like family farmers. And it's very interesting to think about it. What is the public that we, rural or urban, what kind of perspective should we adapt our processes? And it was a very interesting project. Firstly, because we moved from this logic of the impacts of the droughts and the climate changes, mostly based in productivity and income, very economic impact, and we raised with the community agents in the rural spaces that were under the training with the ACIFOR, which is an entity that provides us technical support, technical assistance for the family farmers, where the health-related subjects, impacts related to anxiety and depression, demotivation, that are related also to economic issues. And this structuring of the family relations and looking at a river and not seeing water anymore, and what was the impact and the cultural impact and the relation with the territory. So it was very interesting to work under this perspective of a diagnosis, but more than that, and after the diagnosis, this was all online, it was during the pandemic. And then in the end, it was very interesting because we did this with the community agents. And then we, along with them, we had a questionnaire so they could, with the farmers, tell, so this was the idea, like to have the farmers, the local farmers, to undergo training and then use these issues related to mobilization to other farmers. And then we split this pool, which is the questionnaire, and we discussed if the questions made sense, if they were interesting, if they related to local reality, and they deploy, and then along the process, they could access knowledge that otherwise wouldn't be possible. So it was very interesting. And then we checked everything and we produced an analysis of the results. But this process, the diagnosis, they collected some experiences to tackle droughts. And then in the end, we socialized the outcomes. And then the community agents, they presented their experience related practices that already existed in the territory. It was not a negative diagnosis, but what are the local strategies that may tackle the problems? This is a very broad experience in terms of methodology and re-meaning of our strategies in such a way that we can understand that the target public, how we can socialize these tools and build knowledge in a collective way. So I will bring two more examples. This was another interesting project, a consulting project. It's important to think as researchers that we are and professionals that we may act, have a social action with consultancy companies and the organization of the civil society. Very interesting spaces to produce knowledge where it's possible to have the tools for research, especially to conduct research. This was done in the state of Pernambuco, and the idea was to have an educational material for sustainable management and environmental production. So we do have a little bit of risk management, but it was more focused in sustainability. So, but two researchers and me and the public health from USP, we had this diagnosis participative work using all the tools, including research, to raise the problems and capacities and the topics that would be interesting.
And there we have seen how much the research unit is participative. In this process, you can socialize your knowledge, you can build. You not only collect data, people left the workshops thinking about how they could contribute to the project. They established connections. There were representatives from the management group, professors. So many professors got connected with other projects. The secretariats also, they involved from 3 to 4 municipalities. So we made an integration in this management, which is not a municipal management, but they work with this connection. The results achieved are very interesting. The educational material transposed what was discussed, what had been worked with. So, how much this matter can be left, how much our works have a repercussion, how much they return to the communities, how much, in fact, becomes a material where these communities and populations get appropriated of that process in order to participate. And the last one, within the same context, in Pernambuco, was a fascinating experience of adaptation to climate changes. It was a consultancy project, and we did our work with municipal managers from the city of Recife and some state representatives because of the environmental management which was necessary, sanitation and so on, with the regionals from the municipality, raising the impacts with the technical teams. We evaluated the main impacts related to climate changes. There were many issues involved: drought, heat, transmissible diseases. So we made a diagnostic here, evaluating measures. We conducted an analysis with Rodolfo from the lab. We made an assessment of these measures, evaluated the cost-benefit, thinking about the environment, and the major challenge was how to share these issues with the population who lives this reality, but should understand these technical actions and measures. So we made a complete exercise with photos and likes. It was like a major class. We presented measures, they asked a question, they wondered if that would really be done. This is also something important in our research, is how we mobilize knowledge, sharing info, mobilizing those people and seeing how we can really transform that into social actions. There is a gap, and we should think how much science and research can contribute to that mobilization and how much we should find spaces so this becomes a political and social engagement and to achieve our target. So it was very interesting work. They voted on the measures they believed would be best. From there, we mapped the most vulnerable areas, the main risks, and the measures indicated by the population technical managers in the assessment of cost benefit for those regions. So it was a good work, and I'd like to use it as an example of how we can re-signify some measures, thinking about this transposition, not only collecting data, but also transferring all that info, creating an educational environment. And lastly, I'm talking here, I don't know if we still have You have 5 minutes. Okay, so the last point I'd like to mention is a very simple one: how to make feasible a reflection about conventional and emerging methods with engaged and collaborative actions, contemporary praxis, starting from a transforming interaction between the university and vulnerable communities, risk management. The examples I brought are connected to these initiatives we are building and developing. Many people who are in the plenary today and those who are following us online probably have experiences. I believe it's important to give visibility to these experiences. I brought a few points. I believe my colleagues will talk more about it. I love this picture, Fernando, which is the relationship of knowledge management. I will not mention anything technical here, but it's post-normal science. So how we do science, increasing the actors. That's the peer increased community. It's from the book. It will be shown to you. I believe this image shows very clearly how this process happens. There is a dialogue with the civil defense, public management, and everyone thinks about permanence and quality of life, risk and territory management, evaluations, respecting human rights, and we can re-signify our practices here. One more important thing is thinking about social participation, not as a presence. This is a model. I'd like to share this info. Many researchers took part in this book. It's the result of a postdoc. Thinking about the scale of social participation, it is not presence. Unfortunately, many times we have built this not only because we don't want people to get involved and have more participation and importance in our social participation researches, but we lack resources and time. As I mentioned, how can we make the results of that research a public policy or a social movement? So I believe we should think about it and about the social participation. It can become a consultancy or therapy, not lots of control by the citizens. So how can we progress here? One more thing I believe is important, and this event has shown it clearly, is the visibility of what we do. So I'd like to share with you the importance of Lab Greece. I can share the link with you later, so can Fernando. We have lots of participative paths for the integrated management, some workshops we organized in 2019. We have the results here. We have co-authored work with some of the participants of the workshop. I believe it's an integration process. It integrates this knowledge and gives visibility. Our major product from the pandemic is in there. We were able to work on that during the pandemic. It's the book, Integrated Management of Risks and Disasters. We were able, working with the Secretariat of Civil Protection, with resources from PNUD, we were able to do a methodological review on spatial planning and risk management. As I mentioned about the videos, not only text. Text is important, but we have pictures, we have videos, we have interviews, we have a YouTube channel. It contains lots of media interviews, podcasts, how to use the language of the media. And I would like to comment on that. How can the result of this become a video, a media product, which can be shared in the social networks and with the communities we work with? The last one was this course. It's the result of this book. It's a distance course, and the whole material has been adapted. So it's an open and free course focused on this work. It's very meaningful, and this is what I had to share with you today. I do hope I collaborated. I will wait for our discussion later. Thank you. Thank you very much, Samia, also for respecting your time. and talking about essential issues. Renata, now you have the floor. I'll let you know when your time is almost up. Okay, thank you. Thanks for inviting me, Fernando. Chico. Hello, everyone who is following us here, Sami, Gabriela. We can celebrate together. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to take part in this event. We did not agree on that, but Samia has shown a few examples to you. I brought some theoretical guidelines on post-normal science, some reflections, some challenges. I will share my screen with you, and I do hope I can be as precise as Samia has been. I tried to get my slides well organized. So in order to think about the articulations and transversalities between theory and praxis in territorial planning and management, I will talk about contemporary social environmental crisis, post-normal sciences, and the co-production of knowledge. It's important to remember that the current crisis and their context have been demanding, as Fernando mentioned in the beginning, a risk. They are characterized by uncertainty, urgent decision-making. This context demands alternative forms to the hegemonic way of producing knowledge and the verticalized model. These are reflections that during the 90s and the beginning of the year 2000, all of that was brought by some actors like Anthony Giddens, Ulrich Beck, Bauman, drawing attention to the paradigm of modernity, this modernity that would bring happiness, welfare to everyone. However, this technological advancement was not enough. There was no control of nature, quite the opposite. Many risks and uncertainties were added. All that uncertainty has different origins, such as technical, methodological, epistemological, giving the limits of knowledge itself, of knowledge production action. Beck, for example, says that to the success of modernity and the success of industrialization are associated the successes in the control of externalities, creating many risks that are not understood, they are not mitigated with the same speed as they are created, giving the origin of the risk society, which is a problem by itself. And Anthony Giddens tells us that the most important revolutions of our time are globalization, the transformation in personal life, and the way we relate to nature. Bauman. It seems he's telling us this now, however, it was in 1999. He told us that modernity has consecrated an era of intolerance for everything that's outside of the standards of the predominating scientific rationality, creating conceptual basis and an impulse for atrocities. As I said, we feel he's telling that now. That's what we are living, what we are facing right now. It's within this context that the main social environmental problems happen. I'd like to give you a few examples like global warming, climate emergencies and extreme events that are happening. Also, situations of neglect, like mining dams that are ruptured, oil spills, deforestation, fires, wildfires, many controversies related to the use of agrotoxic products and the changing the standard of transmission of infectious diseases, and many new diseases that are appearing, like the mad cow disease and recently even COVID-19. And connected to the emergency of COVID-19, new crises are arising, like the scientific negationism, the neglect to vaccination, and increasing and showing very clearly that the old problems remain, like those related to the precarious sanitation. So this crisis and social environmental crisis have many aspects in common, but I'd like to emphasize here the environmental injustice.
So even though most of these problems and consequences are democratic, reaching and getting to everyone, but we know that the worst effects and the most serious effects affect strongly those who are in a vulnerable situation. And here I bring two charts to exemplify a little bit of that. So this one shows like the emissions of a greenhouse effects between 1950 and 2000. So the fatter the country is, like the region, the continent, the bigger is the amount of emission of gases. And then in following another direction, the main consequences of these problems. And it shows very clearly that the biggest producers of the risks are not those who are more affected by the risks. So once again, I will get back to the other one so you can observe. So this global inequalities that we are talking about. So there's a social environmental problems. They present these new dilemmas, uncertainties, controversial values, high stakes, and urgent decisions. So Professor Augusta from the Public Health University, in relation to that, she said that the advancement of knowledge currently, it depends to consider the complex phenomenon, either in nature and in society, because the disciplinary knowledge generated by modern science is characterized conventionally as a simplified way of thinking. So Edgar Morin also talks about it in related to the models of simplified science, those that fragment the complex reality, isolate the components, and therefore destroy the totality and producing more blindness than clearness. So this crisis, contemporary social environmental crisis, they demand transversality and inter and transdisciplinarity and the ecology of knowledge, social learning, and the post-normal science. And then we can talk about other proposals. But basically, this is the context, like it's very complex and uncertain and full of risks that brought us to this dissatisfaction related to the classical methodology to investigate and research. And the limits of science, therefore, became more questionable. So the scientific certainties began to be questioned, not in the direction of what we've been seeing related to the scientific negationism, not in this direction, but within this context, that situations that involve human subjectivity, complexity, and uncertainty, the classic science no longer has all the answers. And then it gives like opportunities for new paradigms, new ways, new alternative ways to the hegemonic model. And related to the socio-critical paradigm, the one that aims not only to understand and interpret the phenomenon and demands of the reality, but it also wants to promote changes and transformations. And obviously for that, it's important to bring a full understanding of the social environmental context where there's a phenomenon to happen. So we're not only talking about a specific problem. We're not no longer talking about researching towards a specific context, but we are talking about researching with people, with the subjects, with the main players, with those who are affected by the solutions, as we've shown in Sonia's example. So these dilemmas are the base of the proposal brought by Funkovitz and Harvard for the post-normal science. This term is a criticism to the normal and more traditional science that considers science as like a puzzle, that from relations of like cause and effect, that we have all the answers. And then they will say that in situations of big complexity, high stakes, and uncertainties, the normal science, it's not enough for prevention measures, control, regulation. And then they propose this post-normal science. And here I bring the COVID-19 example, and like many different uncertainties, bringing like a very fertile field for the post-normal science. So here we have some examples of these uncertainties, for example, related to the asymptomatic cases with the propagation of the spread of the virus, related to the level that people develop immunity, and seasonal behavior of the disease, and the time that we need to know about global availability of a vaccine or a cure, and the answer, like non-linear, of individuals and collectives of the social distancing interventions. So all these uncertainties, they actually imply in the transparency of all the information and a more open dialogue with society. So the post-normal society, the post-normal science will go against uncertainties and complexities. And therefore, like the outcomes will be expanded to all those who are affected, but not only the results in an indirect way, but that the production of these results can be expanded to the community of peers. So subjects and agents, or not necessarily people from the academia and public power in many different sectors of the society, may participate and act on the production of knowledge and also in the management of the uncertainties. So it's important also to mention what Funtovitz and Harvard said, and most of the participative approaches take that into consideration, that the post-normal science and all the research, they are not better nor more important than other scientific paradigms, but they reinforce that not only one single way of researching. They will say that for the specific situations, the applied systems, the classic science, will no longer have enough questions. And this chart shows precisely that. So if I have low levels of uncertainties and decisions, the classic, the science, the traditional supply the demand. But the higher the uncertainty and controversies and complexity, the higher the demand for this science is produced in the community, amplified of peers, as this scientific expertise will influence political decisions. All right, so I also bring just briefly to inspire us, as the core topic is the transversality. I bring the reflections of the Deleuze and Guattari when they present the metaphor related to the arborescent paradigm and the rhizomatic paradigm and the knowledge structure. And then from these reflections that they bring to us and looking at this arborescent paradigm, the production of knowledge comes from the two premises that are rooted in a very steady ground with strong roots, and from like a common bond, a common link, which is a trunk that is very solid. It connects, there's a true premises, there's absolute truth, connect with the specializations, which are the different aspects of reality. But in another direction and in another proposal, we have the rhizomatic paradigm. And those who are not from the environmental sciences or biology or botanic, so rhizome is there's a kind of trunk that spreads all over the surface, over and underground. So different from the first paradigm, the second one, the roots and the trunk and leaves, they establish like multiple connections, intrinsic relationships. So the production of knowledge is not only linked to premises that are true as the only ones, but it's from multiple connections. And then some of the principles of this second paradigm that has to do with the topic that we are discussing is that this production of knowledge must be connected to its applicability, its practices, its functionality, under a perspective to break with the hierarchization as the three that we have in the first paradigm. So the hierarchization of power. Also, because when we talk about participation, we are talking about like giving power away. So we need to break with the hierarchy and the importance of all the knowledges that are produced and the way that the project power is spread and taking us to many different possibilities and connections that will, along with Deleuze and Guattari, with transversality, that then we reach interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. Following the same direction, the Portuguese sociologist Boaventura de Souza Santos, he also questions the segregation in the field of knowledge, the global culture, and this hegemonic knowledge of the global north as the only knowledge, the prescriptive knowledge. I know what is best for you. And then Boaventura questions this way to produce new knowledge. And then it will say that the struggle for global justice goes through the need of cognitive justice globally. And the text here that we have like from Gibbons from 1999, it also at that time was calling our attention to the need of a new social contract with science. And as he said, that the current contract is reliable, replicable, and acceptable by peers in a selected specialist group, but reliable in which context? Up to the extent that we have no neutrality. So to for determined situation, it's paramount to produce, as he calls, like a knowledge that is socially robust, a knowledge that is not only valid outside of the university, but outside of the labs, involving people that are not experts, with more permeability, with new routes of communication, making it more legitimate and less controversial. And this researches and participative approaches implies an active participation. And then specific, as Samir said, it's not only the space that is being used in many different areas of knowledge, in many different specifications and different names, as the could see based on participatory research led by Nina Wallenstein and the Ciência Cidadã, aprendizado social, and pesquisa-ação as a methodological resource, and post-normal science. And obviously, these other approaches, they have their own specifications, but what they have in common to articulate the practice and the production of new knowledge. So the CBPR, the community and partners mostly used in the health area, has its contribution with the qualification of partnerships and proposal of public policies, Ciência Cidadã, under the perspective of democratizing science, transforming anyone in a scientist. But here we have a parallel that we must be very careful with what we call like citizen science, because in this involvement of anyone, which is crucial for the democratization of science, it might happen like a two-way street. And not only that anyone can contribute to the research, providing data and information.
This person who participates should also learn with this process in order to become a citizen science. So there should be a two-way path. Social learning, it originates in education and some studies. It was embraced by environmental sciences from this idea of learning together, to do together, and pesquisação. Of course, I need to talk about it. We have a methodology we identify with. We have lots of experience, and we have this proposal of investigation and planning cycles, action, assessment of this whole process. So, in this process of researching, reflecting about this cycle of researching, reflecting, intervening, there are relevant contributions with regard to qualify listening. So we hear many people saying that this type of research gives voice to people. I like to say it doesn't give voice, but it should qualify listening, because it's easy to give a voice. You create a space for dialogue and people talk. What should I do with this voice? How can I incorporate it into my research, my planning, my interventions? So it's important to qualify listening, and this process also contributes for social mobilization, mutual learning, collaborative learning, and to empower and strengthen individuals as social subjects, as it contributes to prepare individual social groups so they can take active part and search for solutions to their demands from the autonomy viewpoint. And since the panel also talks about popular education and transformative practices, I should also comment about the cultural circles from Paulo Freire that started with a proposal to educate young people and adults. They have been incorporated as a research itinerary in this type of participative research. And I bring here a brief parallel I established. This is the pedagogic of the oppressed, which is present in Camila da Silva's dissertation from Fefeleche, original writings from Paulo Freire, where there is a comparison between the revolutionary oppression theory and the oppressive one. So, in the first theory, the subjects of leadership have a continuous interactions with the oppressed masses. This intersubjectivity leads to a revolutionary action and transformation of reality. In the other direction, the oppressive action, where the actors from top down do not create transformation, they contribute only to maintain things as they are. So So in spite of the revolution of the models of interaction between science, politics, and society, the use of scientific knowledge in decision-making, especially for the complex nature issues, remain below expectations. And that's where Carmen Lemos draws our attention to the gaps between production, communication, and the use of science that still remain, requiring a better understanding and the identification of new ways to get appropriated of knowledge through interdisciplinary approaches that favor more efficient interfaces between science and society. Summarizing, the post-normal science contributes to this broader control of quality. They took part, since this study group was created, to the post-normal science. This book is available in the open system of books of the University of São Paulo. You can download it. I always wonder where the post-normal science is in pesquisação and social learning. I like to represent that as an umbrella, understanding the post-normal science as a paradigm, as a way of thinking about science. It's based on principles like the citizen science, social learning, and they're feasible because of some scientific methodology. That's what pesquisação is, participatory research, change lab, and other methodologies that move in the same direction of the post-normal science. Here is the book written by Leandro Jatti, our partner in research about participatory research in the post-normal age. He establishes a parallel with the psychology of the oppressed by Paulo Freire. I wrote it with the collaboration of Francisco Paiva dos Santos and Jutta Gutberlet from Canada. This is the research, the democracy of knowledge and sustainability. In the book, it's very clear that there is not, we don't have one language to deal with complex problems, starting with this huge diversity. Unfortunately, decision-making is still associated to hegemonic systems of knowledge production that reproduce the cognitive exclusion. The participatory research represents a democratization process through the engagement of subjects, breaking with the Eisenstein perspective, following problems wherever the interactive process takes you. To the relation of reciprocity and concession of power, there is a certain degree of uncertainty and chaos. It implies reality can only be understood in the attempt to modify it, and participatory research represents a transformation to the researcher. I have a few examples here. Pesquisação developed by Simone Honda, involving professionals from the areas of education and healthcare. That's from Guarulhos neighborhood. Eduardo Sodré from Unifesp. He did a brilliant doctorate involving transsexual people who have no home. Edson Zombini also conducted a pesquisação in the context of a child hospital, and Bruna Marques from the University São Judas Tadeu, a research involving groups of elderly people and physical activities. It's a participatory research. Professor Arnaldo Rocha, who also worked with the Unified Health and participatory research. The research from Ana Lúcia de Mello, developed in their doctorate about biomonitoring with a community from the city of Guarujá, working with Photo Voice, a beautiful work with young people. in a peripheral region. This is my own research, my doctorate research, developed in the state of Amazonas with an indigenous community at the border with Colombia, with pesquisação, and Tatiana Matuk worked with environment, healthcare, and food, different fields, different areas of knowledge. The approaches and participatory methodologies find a very fertile area to work with. And now, before I close, this is a quote from Boaventura I really enjoyed. He says, the hegemonic scientific knowledge as the only way to produce certainties. At the same time, it gets isolated under its own precepts, excludes and marginalizes different types of knowledge, characterizing an abyssal relationship where common sense and popular knowledge that have a high potential of application to local realities have been systematically ignored and destituted of recognition. So it's beyond time we turn this table. Thank you. That's it. I'm available here to answer any questions. Very nice, Renata. Amazing contribution. Samia and I agreed on what we were going to say. Now, Gabriela Gaia will show us what Bahia has. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm not even from Bahia. So that's not my mission. I'd like to thank you so much for inviting me to take part of this in this panel today. I am the most outsider in here today, but I'm very pleased with your invitation. And it's an amazing challenge to think about a few things, starting with this challenge and those 3 questions mentioned before. Each part of these questions would be enough for a whole thesis. So I thought a lot about how I could dialogue with this wish to discuss those items, but I did not try to answer those questions really. I'd like to start by introducing myself to all of you. And I believe I should explain a bit about my lecture and how I got organized in order to share what I will share with you today. I'm not from Bahia, I am from Espírito Santo, but I studied architecture at the Federal University of Bahia. I have been there for a long time, actually. I have been a professor there since 2016. My master's and doctorate were done in there and at the University of Bahia. My research and my work are connected to trying to build an interdisciplinary conversation. I'm an architect and urbanistic, but I have been looking for an important path to think also about the expansion of all those small boxes, especially to think about matters related to cities and our struggles. I also developed a research which involved also my doctorate. I tried to establish a dialogue with literature. Carolina Maria de Jesus, the writer, and her works were my guidelines for my thesis. I tried to build a whole reflection and comment about the matters related to raciality, everything articulated with our urban agenda, and the consequences of that colonial and slavery structure in the contemporary world. So my research has this background, and racial issues are considered urgent, and that is where I start from. And we also have dialogues established with other authors of areas that are most common to these issues. Spatial management, maybe with other authors that also dialogue with literature, arts, and humanities in a broader way, thinking about the challenges of doing science currently by subverting a way of building scientific thoughts that reproduce the logics of the structural violence that also organize thinking about the academic world as an institution also developed in modernity and racial events that also organize somehow our societal perspectives. I was unable to give a title to my lecture today, so I have no title, okay? But let us think about planning and territorial management with starting from the challenges you have given us and other challenges I bring here and I'd like to share with you. So instead of trying to answer, I understood there are many matters, but I decided to think about two different groups, one of methodological focus. Many questions had that focus, trying to talk about methodologies.
That I grouped in this place, the core systemic, like analytic keys or like centered, like to think about all these issues that motivate us to understand like spatial planning. And then this is the main question and the framework of what I'm going to say. So I bring up some uncertainties, not results of projects. I will talk a little bit about experienced practices related to investigation, engaged with communities and movements and leaderships and cultural spaces have brought for this reflection list with answers of good practices, but what they brought in terms of like questioning for us to think about this academic and engaged practice and the challenges to think about students of a practice that may be guided not to replicate the social injustice we are all under. So it's a big challenge to talk about it, and the academia is a place that we try to deconstruct like violent spaces, but we are all trained for the same practices. And then I was thinking about how I position myself with these researches and projects, talking about an academia that even though it became a little bit blacker, but it's mostly white. It's an academia that it's mostly we have the quota and we have more people coming from public school. But we know that the structure of the institution, the university, it's a structure that still maintains an operational logic that we do not dismantle it from night to day. And then this is a part due to like what happened in the past governments, and then the movement, we have to think in a more structured way, but we know that we will somehow like retake some of this process, but thinking a little about along with some female theorists, we have this idea of like a black and academia or originating from other, from the outside. So we have a specialists from the outside that are in the inside, but that this place initially was not planned for them to be there. And then I believe that we've been talking to a black intellectual like women, and that is a place here that it's important for us to bring so we can think about like gender and race. And then there is a research that talks about issues related to racism. It's not only related to a specific topic, not a thematic cohort in our research and practices. So intersectionality as a tool that enables us like to think about the nature of all the topics, but it's a tool that helps us to put under check everything that we commonly used to look at and understand our research, like subject and so on. And then we have to think about the territory, because maybe this debate is a little bit more advanced when we think about racial issues, sexuality, and gender as things that are related to the scientific production of knowledge. But when we think about urban studies and the territory issues, so we have to promote a debate where we have these people be part, not only as like a simple ordinary gesture, like poor Black people, those who it's more difficult because they are more located in risk areas. They have less access to mobility, and they are more affected by criticism. And this is very common when we talk about our studies and our investigations. But most of the works, they end up like appearing when we think about things related to spatial planning. But what about going beyond? Thinking about that and going beyond, what are the main issues? What would be the main thing that should be built collectively? And then when I think about the territories where our practices and this collaborative project related to the communities and leaderships, where they take place, who are these people with related to this engagement and the research, then we will have basically the same result. But mostly our engaged practices are related to actions that shall be built in under like a more horizontal perspective. And then we also have like to establish like exchanges with people that hold these markers in our society. And then part of that, this is one of the very first elements. So the ecosystem, we have the intersectionality, not necessarily topics that are constantly being approached under the urban and studies and the planning studies. When we look at all these partners, and we think mostly about partners that are informed about the differences, because this is the structure. This is how our cities are organized. We are very aware about the cities related to vulnerability, and these cities we will have the majority of people carry these marks. And we have some people that work in the Black movement here in Brazil. They work with concepts of positiveness of rationality, and then related to what Foucault said. And then she says about this rationality device related to public policies, and she's going to use in her thesis to talk about like health policies, and she will carry on an investigation, and then we informs like the Brazilian society to participate in the slavery, and when it comes like to gender issues, and then this will address like white, Black male, and criticism of like death related to Black bodies of men. And then like the inevitable death, especially linked to health issues and also like reproductive issues that affect Black women. And then she will use like a criticism related to social health as a more empiric universe for her investigation. So even white women with the same class conditions, with the same access to public services that Black women have, they will die less than Black women. So she begins assessing how everything related to health happened, not from the specific technicians or as a political structure that is neglected as an important element that confers difference as so should these women maybe benefit by these health conditions that condemns more Black women than white women. And then within the health policy, we have places in which these operations will have like specific contours. And then I like when she has this conflict with the health issues, because it's a very interesting thing related to other policies. So if we include urban policies and mobility policies and housing policies, if we do not rank this as an element that will structure the differences and the way that we benefit from these policies, as an element that interjects access to the policies, we are also like putting ourselves outside of the radicality of the racial issues related to our policies and our institutional structures. And what I believe it's very interesting with the health policies, think about the correlation with our practices. And Audre Lorde, who is another intellectual and economist, very critical to the absence of a debate not only related to race, but sexuality and gender. What is the logic that mobilizing the same tools that traditionally we use, it's possible to revert like structured frameworks already stabilized. And then she said that the tooling, when I think about the challenges to tackle a structured country based on the colonial and racial violence, so thinking, and this is something that we do not have an answer, how many tools should we mobilize in our specific field, structured in a way that we are all inserted, that they handle them with a reverse of the violence framework. And we still have this big structure of thinking that feeds all the analysis and policies. And but when we add other markers, gender and race, social markers that are read, that we use them based on the tools that we already have. So when we look at all the challenges and all the different issues that might be updated or thought out, when we think about the surplus of that all researchers that we have in groups that are so engaged. And it seems to me that when we look at this neglect, it doesn't have any accusation here embedded, but thinking more about the issues that we have not seen as urgent for the past years due to the violence related to class, but also what could be the next steps if we want to build perspectives for actions that will state clearly anti-racism and equity in terms of gender, and that intend to fight structural violence. And then she also says that something that it's very important, that it's always hammering in my mind, that survival, it's not an academic activity. And then when we think about our territories and our partners and co-authors, and when we are thinking about research, we think about the academia in such a way that it has a place, even with all the threats that we've been suffering, but it has a place, like a stable place. It's important for society. And then, so let's make it very clear. This is something that concerns all of us, not only individually, but the public university is an institution that must survive every day, like to all the attacks. But it's a place of difference in terms of like the survival of the institution or survival of their technicians or staff or the technicians that occupy those shares. And our partners in projects, our territory partners, and our friends that fight together. And it's important to have that we visualize these differences. So everyone here concerned to build up like methodology, like more participative, like horizontal, that we can build. But Eduardo Gristão, when he has advocate an important policy of opacity to be used due to the impossibility of equality or horizontality. So when we look at all the differences that they put on the table and the criticism of the modernity, and the difference is a constitutive element, but Gristão says that the difference does not solve the limits of understanding, the transparency. And I say that because things that we've been thinking with the actions and tactics in the field is that when we are inserted in a context that the actions that come from the academia, that join the social struggle with the violence, that rights have been not complied, that is a very important data here related to the danger, vulnerability, and of the subjects that are in this field. So then when we have this need, like to have this opacity or spaces that respect the differences as something that somehow like transparency is no longer needed, but also a space like to build something in like collectively in a partnership. So Eduardo Glissant, he has a very interesting book that he mentions there's possible relationships among the different. And then when we look and we activate like rationality and the lens related to gender, I can visualize the big challenges that are imposed in the relationship.
From an American author, actually three, Catherine McKittrick, she's a geographer, African-Canadian, who coordinates the department. She's a professor of the gender department who has been working in the Black geography field within Black studies, and she establishes a connection with human geography. So thinking about gender and race and about this relation with the Black leagues in the more fragile territory, Catherine talks about the opacity as methods of care, the need of thinking about investigation and research practices that have the care as a priority between all the relationships established with the individuals that are researched. Now thinking about another possibility defended by academic feminists as scientific and academic method. Let us think about this fiction, which is a way of protecting those we wish to protect. So let us talk about fictional cases here, because I believe fiction gives us the possibility of establishing a dialogue with literature, and we can talk about fragile and hard issues without necessarily considering them true, but sharing issues that need to be faced or imagined. For example, I'll talk about Maria, who lives in a city called Field Flower, whatever, who lives in a settlement which has been organized by the movement, but it has been constantly threatened by traffic. And Mariazinha found many bones in her yard. What do we do as the academic world engaged against those actions? We don't know what we should do, where we should send those eviction issues. She chose not to tell the academics about these bones found in her yard. That is a way of surviving in that space. It does not remove the size of the violence that exists. We have many territorial disputes. The academics are focusing on that. But it takes us back to the fragility and sensitivities. Look at the size of the risk faced by these Black women in their interaction with us, in their conversation with us. The academic world feeds, fights and struggles, making it possible for people to think about engaged solutions and about the possibility of transferring knowledge and technologies and the construction of public policies which might be directed to the competent organs and agencies. I will talk about Joana, a very important leadership in her space. Her son was imprisoned and was freed after an agreement with the chief of affection. So this leadership in this type of territory is something hard. We are always trying to regulate this. It's always subject to many operations. And we have women in leadership there. However, they will not be made public in a space for shared discussion. Thinking about how you question about opacity, sometimes it's a need, like Catherine says, opacity is a methodological care. At the same time, as academics, we have many limits related to the possibility of action and how we can operate and make shared decisions. How can we act in this specific territory, knowing about all the issues connected to the daily life of these communities? They are very radical in terms of possibility or threats or putting in risk many movements. I could mention many other cases here of daily situations and moments in those territories and within the partners, women partners above all, because in this country, every 23 minutes, a Black youth dies, and mothers, grandmothers, and women deal with these deaths in order to try to care for those who survived. Usually, they are also the people who are in the front line of these organizations, leaderships, associations, or those people who work hard to struggle, to fight against this. It's very asymmetric. And resources are shared so this struggle can continue. The university publishes everything possible, but we do not have many resources to work on major projects. However, there is an overload for these women who take part in such projects that have as an objective collaborating with the struggles in these territories. All of that data is fragile, it's sensitive data, but it cannot be ignored. There are many ethical crises, however, with regard to how to proceed. Those who work with vulnerable territories and have minimum resources at some point are affected by the ethical decisions that should be made with regard to how we deal with those almost inexisting resources in this very radical context with urgent needs. So it seems to me that thinking with some of these intellectuals, and I finish with Denise Ferreira da Silva. She's a Brazilian intellectual who coordinates the British Columbia University in Canada. She mentions two things. First of all, why the death of a Black youth in Brazil at each 23 minutes does not create an ethical crisis, but an academical crisis which should be ethically faced by the academic world. This data is naturalized and it's structural within our context, and the territories where we act are urban territories. This data repeatedly appears and affects these communities. So in order not to generate an ethical crisis, it calls on the academic world or thinkers to look at the production by feminist Black intellectuals, understanding that it's important to focus on the systemic methodological construction, considering these markers of race, sexuality, of gender, and class collaborate to interdict those lives, building and developing critical thinking. Denise mentions it's a task of the academic, feminist, Black intellectuals to develop new tools, not only their own tools, but to think, to stop thinking of the world. We need to build these tools. So maybe this is how I will close this conversation today. And I believe it's more related to sharing the anguishes and thinking about what will be next. We should be attentive, and somehow we should focus on the academic practices, research, and investigation I have been working with, and I want to share it with you. Thank you. Gabriela, thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Chico, but first of all, I'd like to tell a story to Renata, actually to everyone who's here today. When we started to think about this panel, Chico and I decided we needed to have a panel exclusively for women. And Pedro Jacob said he wanted to be a part of this. He would wear a wig if necessary. Imagine, Renata, what an amazing scene it would be here. I would never bring such important contributions as you have today. Chico, you have the floor now. Hello, Chico.
Sim.
Chico, you have the floor. Well, I would like to thank the organizing team, Professor Jerome Klink, and the whole commission responsible for organizing this event. I see Professor Silvia, Gerardo, many professors who are friends. Many of them are here in front of me, Professor Vanessa, Patricia, many others. And I would like to thank everyone for their partnership with Professor Fernando. And I'd like to thank Samia, Renata, and Gaia for being here today. They brought many elements, many references, many thoughts, ideas. It will take us some time to digest, of course, in 20 minutes. It's impossible to summarize all of that, in my opinion. However, I will try at least to react a little to some of the challenges you have posed. Our colleagues brought us many, many thoughts and ideas. So I really wish to share, first of all, the happiness we feel this week. I believe it is very important for Brazil. everything that happened and that is happening. We are seeing it will not be easy. It is a long journey we have ahead of us. But some specific victories are extremely important. I'd like to share all this happiness with you and give you as generalized embraces to everyone who fights for democracy, for equality, human rights. And I believe this seminar happens exactly at the moment when we are facing this very deep and turbulent transition, a mix of governments after the coup of that our President Dilma suffered with Temer's regime. Then there was the imprisonment of President Lula, the election of Bolsonaro that brought many, many problems we have seen, and this right-wing government and a pandemic that overlapped and many, many attacks. So we are celebrating 10 years of the PGT going through this window. We have one leg and part of our head outside of the window. The other leg is still inside the window. We don't even know the height. Many people might be down there and we don't know if there is an elastic bed or if we are going to crash and get hurt. We are still trying to understand what window is this and what will happen after we leave this haunted house by jumping out of this window or leaving this window. This transition is an amazing, the perfect moment to make all these reflections. I'd like to comment that I put myself in a place where I recognize myself somehow, as many of you do, as an outsider somehow, someone who always works on different researches, and somehow we try. I believe the whole PGT has the same characteristic, and inside PGT, of course, it is not homogeneous. To those who look from far away have this feeling, but when we get closer, we see we have lots of diversity inside the PGT, and it's good. Having diversity is great, but I identify myself with this perspective. We should look critically at ourselves also. We spent many years criticizing the extreme right wing. Now we should make criticisms to our work as an university, to our graduate courses, our postgrad courses, what type of scientific knowledge we are able to produce, what type of research projects we are able to work on, and what type of extension projects we are able to develop here during these last years.
So this is a kind of thinking that the like on the digital degrees and all our friends' lectures bring to us. So there's a notion of science, like post-normal science. It's very interesting because it brings to us, like for the very first time that I heard this expression, I said, well, what does it mean? So let's research and understand what is this post-normal science and all the other dimensions that somehow want to question kind of a place that has been built up and very important indeed in the conventional science. I'm a kind of person that studied at USP, my master and doctorate, and here at the UFABC, we have lots of people that came from USP, some from PUC and some from other universities, state and private and public. I graduated in a private university, which is the Mauá Institute of Technology. To be here in the public university, we think that the place where we are, and what kind of place is this, that the place that the university occupies in the region, and how we try to put ourselves and how we deal with all the contradictions that are inherent. So this way of thinking about the post-normal science that everyone brought to the discussion And Samia brought many different examples with this set of projects, like mapping projects that it's been done for the past few years. It's amazing. And we have an impact that is very huge in terms of like the production of knowledge, not only in risk management, but also popular education and popular participation, and also spatial planning and management in terms of risk, using in a very daring way, like methods that are much more innovative and bold. So this is what I would like to say. So the degrees side, with the participation of all the professors. So we talk about Professor Fernando, but we have Professor Katia, very important contribution, and Moretti, and many other external collaborators at Cesar Casal, and other professors, and Victor, and many others. People that have set a foot in this risk issue, and doctorate students like Rodolfo, Haralo, and many others. They act along a line that is very subtle and very difficult, and indeed important to understand risk from the standpoint that is closer in terms of knowledge of like the right to stay and not to be in a comfort zone that historically has been used by technicians to say that, well, I will preserve myself. And so when it's important like to take this risk area because I am protecting my professionalism, especially my register. And so many initiatives that we received, technicians that were concerned with their own safety and like towards like a more understanding of a risk of the community. So we understand this risk and facing this challenge, and exposing in more delicate mapping, like case after case. It's a mapping that cannot have like a validation the date of more than 2 years. And when we question like the methodology that has been built, and we try to get closer, our both sides, that we get that is like the brutal side. And sometimes we say is that we give other names on how we work, and the perspective of this cross of risk and understanding. And when we talk about the Jota side, that among the many causes for eviction, and then like during this past 10 years, we've been mapping of like eviction and risk. And we know that one of the most important causes, like to justify the eviction of vulnerable communities, is the risk situation. We've been working very closely and in a way that it's honest and sincere, and because we know how sensitive the area is, including this attack with the absence of like public policies, and especially for the past few years, urbanization of the favelas. And even at the end of the government of President Dilma, and then during Temer and Bolsonaro, it ended completely, and a heavy weight that also ended. So what we see are communities that have been completely abandoned. And then together in our academic laboratories and in collaboration with the communities, we are looking for ways, what kind of methodology should we develop? What kind of science are we going to use? What kind of knowledge will we use like to handle and address these communities, as we saw last week with Rodolfo in Montagnão, that one house fell down, and then you look at all the houses below that are under the same circumstances that will be put down, and you know that they are abandoned. So how can we guide a community? What are the strategies that we can connect with the popular movements and the NGOs and the university with this complete absence of public policies and the state? So there's a place where we are to understand this extreme importance. It's a big responsibility as university, as professors. We create expectations, and then you have to deal with, and you have to approach them in a very sincere way and say that we do not have a lot to offer, but our solidarity and our presence and guidance, some sort of technical guidance, and the recommendation that they must organize themselves. And study is crucial. They have to look for help, like with the universities and the city halls and the federal government. They must be organized and mobilized, and that they should be looking also for help from the social movements, all the problems that they have and all the criticism that they must do. So they understand that they are not alone. They should not feel that they are alone. Together we can protect ourselves. So this place is a place that Samia also provoked us with her presentation of many different cases that she has brought from all the projects. There are many. And Renata also that worked with many different authors in a very interesting way. And she brought two very interesting concepts that caught my attention, or two elements that called my attention, like from her reflections. One is like participate, is like to give power away. And so I just took a note here. So why is it so difficult to accept democracy? So we see people, they do not accept the results. So what is happening? Are they being manipulated? Are they like evil people? But also, accept democracy, you have to accept that no one is better than anybody else. There is no one bigger or smaller than anyone. And this is very complex, to accept in a society. I went to Jardim Gaivotas in Grajaú. An old man said at the opening of a meeting there, during the presentation, he said, so the only thing that I want to say is that we are all the same. No one is better than anybody else. And then I said, well, this was a lesson during that day, during a workshop. And we have to concede power. Who wants to open a hand of power? I want to open a hand of the power that I have. So it demands a huge exercise in terms of putting the sandals of humbleness, and we in the organizations and our civilization process. And we also talked about this knowledge that is socially robust, how we work under the perspective of our knowledge production and all the epistemologies, the different ones that somehow we have to face in our academic life. How do we build this legitimate knowledge that is less controversial? So during the pandemic, Sergio Amadeu, who is a friend of ours, so he proposed an initiative that a collaborative mapping of the initiative during the pandemic. And we mapped more than 200 initiatives, and 800 of them came from university, Brazilian university, conducting this mapping that we could do 808 initiatives, solidarity initiatives during the pandemic. Very interesting, the role that the Brazilian universities have, public, federal, and that we not always know in terms of producing different kinds of knowledge. And this is something that we should be thinking, and this is interesting for PGT and for all of us. She also talked about this incredible design that Renata brought of Paulo Freire and other theories. And obviously we will ask Renata to share this with us, because this is very interesting. And then talk a little bit about the issues that Zaya brought to us that are crucial for us to think and re-signify our actuation and our place as universities. Up to what extent in the society, one person, a Black person, every 23 minutes, one Black person is murdered, and how it creates like a crisis in the universities, or it does not. Are we shocked and crisis with that or not? So many pieces of information that we have this a whole bunch of data that overloads us. So this is a provocation that it's very strong in a society that still has a lot of roots into slavery. We have this new perspective of the social markers and the gender and race besides the class marks, and we've been moving steadily and forward in our literature and the public economy and the critical urban geography that help us, and we've been advanced quite a lot, but we still need to advance more and understand these other dimensions, these intersectionalities. And then we talk about the elderly and people with deficiencies and children and other groups that we have under this umbrella, the vulnerable populations we have all these social markers of like gender and race. So when we look at all these territories, and then I think about like the university, what is the role of the public university? And the university that is not public, it's private, but also the private one also has a role, should have like a public role. So how are we working in our programs? How are we forming our students? We have a very rich courses here, but it's something that we have to think about the role of the university. Professor Mariana Chauí, in something that she has written about the universities, and she tells that we have two vocations, the Brazilian university. One is like a scientific vocation, and the second one is a political vocation. So how are we mobilizing to think about this about these two different vocations of the Brazilian university? Professor Chauí talks about that. And we were lucky enough because we had the Cordoba process, and Latin America has something related to the university extension. They talk about like public engagement and other projects, but the extension, there is no translation in English. So this is, and now when we have like the extension novelties for a good part of the world and everything that we do here in Brazil, but for us, it's a very concrete reality.
Which was placed to us. So how can we work with this type of responsibility? How can we work and how do we see this research? I have been trying to reflect about differences. When we begin working on a project and the entrance door is related to research, it comes from literature. And when we begin working on a project, when the entrance door is a demand of a community and conflict on a territory, and that's where the extension project and research began. I have been thinking this difference is not so simple. In the end, as there might be differences, it's very interesting when we try to make an analysis. I always tell my students that they should start research using through two doors. This comes from literature. It's an engaged research. Of course, there is a concern with our inequalities, and the question starts at the entrance door in the house that has fallen, or the occupation in the center of São Paulo. And once again, as Renata reminded us, we bring all the ideas from people from public health care. This inspires us to think about the relations of the communities, research about communities at the community, and research with the community. If we can, for as long as we have energy, resources, conditions, and structure to work researching with the communities, we increase the epistemological possibilities. That's one hypothesis I have. This is not only good, I mean, we could justify it from the viewpoint of solidarity, the country we live in. There are many human justifications, extremely plausible. But from the viewpoint of knowledge production, I believe it makes a difference. If I'm not mistaken, Renata told us that. I believe also Samia and Gaia told us about this difference when we are researching somehow and we are interacting with actors in the territories. Of course, it's extremely sensitive, it's difficult, and it has an implication to the whole research group, to the community, which is different, of course. We become more exposed, we risk more. And of course, we risk losing academic power and prestige, at least. We expose ourselves, we expose our institution. It's very delicate. However, there are paths and the actions, the projects of LabGris and LabJuta are involved in. Somehow, it's very important to recognize that we have conflicts, problems, contradictions that we find. However, there are also some situations that allow us to learn quite a lot. So, when I think about the reflection, we are at an inflection point. I do hope so. Brazil and Brazilians are now in an inflection point. I believe we can reflect, we can think about how to conciliate excellence, but we should understand excellence under a complex viewpoint, a viewpoint of transformation, not an excellence we feel accommodated with, but somehow we can elaborate our relationship toward inequalities and the idea of a restorative democracy, restorative justice from this privileged point we are in, which is public university. Some people ask, are you sure it's a privileged place? We might question it, but we think the Brazilian society, from the viewpoint of many people, do look at us as privileged people. So inside this space, how can we think about transformation? Professor Simon Madison from the Center for Global Higher Education from the Oxford University said that if we look only for excellence without transformation, we will not only lose the complexity of excellence, but our excellence will not be sustainable. In globalization times, and as a global university, we need diversity. We need to understand the power of diversity. So we will approach the inequalities from the past. How can we bring into the present these inequalities from the past, adding a very strong transformative perspective with our speech of excellence? And I say the word excellence very proudly because PGT increased the score thanks to the work of many beloved colleagues, students, and servers and professors. The word is very heavy, involves lots of red tape. So we should work with this issue of excellence inside the university with a critical perspective. And we can criticize. There is an author who has shown that 90% of the total publications in the Web of Science are in English. How can we deal with the internationalized academic world if 90% of relevant publications in a world where we have China, Russia, many countries that do not speak English? So everyone who wants visibility or who wants to study breaking the borders of Brazil have to deal with these language issues. We should also think about the limits that have been imposed to researchers and extensionists. Fernando will let me know when I'm out of time. Or am I out of time already? Fernando, please let me know. Hello. Can you hear me? I believe we should wonder the following. I keep wondering, when we are under the umbrella of assessment, that not only in the international mainstream, but I have a question. We have lived so many years thinking about quality. What is quality in research? Who defines what quality is in research? The lectures from Samia, Renata, and Gaia really challenged me and lead me to think about what quality is to our program, what is quality for the UFABC and for the Brazilian University, who defined these indicators of quality, these standards under which we are assessed. And I'd like to quickly comment that in spite of facing many problems and many difficulties in the processes of field research, we felt very isolated during the pandemic. We have all been confined inside our home. Lots of amazing things have been achieved. So I'd like to make a last comment here. We have a specific participation in the project. Actually, it's an initiative, and it's a specific campaign that reunited many popular movements from all over Brazil for the right of permanence of those families that did not need to be removed. They were unnecessarily removed. I am about to finish. That could have been avoided. This campaign was established in the middle of the pandemic of COVID-19. We were working on an extension project since the establishment of Lab Juta. And this campaign was amazing because through online meetings and in spite of the pandemic, it was able to mobilize the National Congress, who has approved the legislation, and was able to mobilize the Supreme Court, who tried to defend the public, people who were vulnerable and had no safety, no properties. It's a huge mass of Brazilians. Black people, mostly. Thalita is here. And the last report has shown something I wanted to mention. Almost 1 million people, 900,000 people have been affected. And we have a huge number of families who had their eviction suspended. Almost 40,000 people were benefited by this campaign, and they have not been evicted. 40,000 families represent more than 100,000 people in a country like ours. Within the pandemic, there was lots of movements, many networks, NGOs, forums. We were also there trying to contribute, trying to learn with them and also teaching. As Paulo Freire says, no one can teach anything without learning, and no one learns anything without teaching. And this is where I close. I know I'm out of time. I'd like to thank you once again. Thanks to Fernando, Renata, Samia, and Guy, and thank you. I thank you all for your presence. I give the floor to Fernando now. Thank you. Okay. Now we should answer the questions we received on YouTube. I'd like to know if you have any questions. Our group, made of brilliant women, will answer. They're brilliant researchers who gave us the privilege of this amazing conversation today. Those from the organization maybe can share the questions with us. How can you do it? Will you give the questions to Chico? Can Chico read the questions? Hello? Professor, yes. I will give Chico the questions and he will talk to the auditorium, okay? Yes, perfect.
Se alguém quiser fazer alguma pergunta, gente, por favor, sinta-se à vontade.
If you would like to ask any questions, feel free.
Bom.
Well,
a pergunta, então eu vou ler aqui, né? Tem uma pergunta da
I will read the question here. We have a question from Rose Nunes. Congratulations, everyone, for your lectures and your work. We should think about thinking and making science in the field of territorial planning, spatial planning, structuring that together with the population, taking into account the racial and ethnic concept and the process of exclusion and violence towards the whole Black and peripheral population of our territories. Amazing lectures. Congratulations. Actually, this question is more of a comment, not a question. However, it is also a challenge Rose is giving us about making science in the field of territorial planning, thinking about the participation and the ethnical, racial context and the exclusion of our population. I believe everyone can comment on that, our speakers, and also Fernando. Do we have more questions? Maybe we can hear all the questions at once. We can receive the package of questions. We are almost out of time before we close. Hello? Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia from PGT. My question is for Gabriela, but if Samia and Renata wish to answer, feel free. I'd like to ask the following. Gaia talked about a few items to us. I'd like to ask about the role of the university and the resignification of the intersectional agenda. And I have a question and also a reflection. Whoever wishes to answer, we should try to discuss the best way of advancing in the resignification and the work of the university as researchers within this intersectional agenda, taking into account not only the things of class, but also race and gender. That's it. Thank you.
Is that it? Do we have anything else? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So first, congratulations on your lectures. I would like to ask a question to Gaia, but also to Samia and Renata. I'm here like thinking about like this, the role of the university, especially when it comes like to resistance to forced eviction. And I remember that Chico said that at the university we have the time and space to think about. So this is like part of our role. And I've been feeling that there is something missing here as a university. We are not radicalizing, and so we are not radicalizing enough. So I would like, and also like in written terms, so Gaia said that we've been thinking about partners and all the weight that it has. And every time that I'm going to write who or the agencies involved in the processes, it's mostly like a female. And then when we have to write, we get stuck with some specific issues that we have spaces for discussion and be a little bit more radical as academia. So I would like to hear a little bit about this and trying to understand like a critical vision about the role of the university in terms of like becoming a little bit more radical. Thank you. Yeah, we can open a conversation like that. I believe that the questions were addressed to all of us. Gabriela, you may begin. Thank you for the question. And all the questions are connected. Like I think about the first comment when we think about the field of planning, and especially about the role of the university when it comes like to the intersectionality. And then lastly, I believe that also we said about like time and space, and it's necessary like to become a little bit more radical. So people are very much connected when we talk about like re-signifying and how like making science. And so we have many ways to go in many different fronts. And one of them has to do with the way we look at this more diverse university as a university that behaves and embraces diversity, but how this academic way of doing things handle like incorporating this diversity, not only as a multi-origin group, but the laws and all the toolings that are used set using these configurations. So this is a way to go, and maybe a bump into challenges, because if we have new tools, new ways, we have to open hand like in more consolidated ways. So what can we build collectively? And it's that we have some assumptions that we have to open a hand, and it takes time, and it has to be negotiated. So this is one of the issues. And another thing related with more methodological things that Lita mentioned about like being more radical in terms of the academic way of doing things. A lot of like the criticism to the modern science, we are still moving forward. We understand the limits of the criticism, but what can we do? So how do we radicalize the way of doing? I think that this is one of our main challenges related to the text. So we will radicalize the written complex for whom this work is going to be addressed, and Chico talked about that. Most of the papers are written in English. So who are interested in the academic production beyond a language? We have to think about language in a more complex way. That how do we explain things not only to be understood by the academia? We elaborate and then we think about things according to the format, about the way people expect us to write. And when we think about the female writers in the science fields, the social science and literature, thinking that if we take out this assumption of the truth of the impossibility, but to contextualize all the different arguments, if we get freed from this, I like to prove all the evidences. What are the hypotheses that will never be put for discussion? And this is our finish point. So lots of people are questioning that, but we have to air up our field of like imaginary field that feeds us and the challenges that we have to look at things that we look quite often. So I've been thinking about this, a combination of methods. And the idealists like female that promote dialogues with the limits of the methodology of the traditional academia, and things that come from other natures that do not fit in the same alphabetical grammar like traditional from the academia, but also with technology and production of knowledge. And I think that the extension is where all these things meet, and how we operate when they get together, when it comes like not to format everything in our traditional academic language, and how we deal with all this plurality and new ways of building up and thinking and organizing our things. And this is what Chico said, that's the time and space that we have to think about. And this is a very provisory and this creation moment to re-elaborate. And this measure of success, and I agree that things sometimes do not work, and we have to think about other possibilities to transformation. Like to transform like more radical things. So everything has to do with the first question, actually, like when it comes like to planning and racial and gender issues. How do we recombine and re-guide this in processes more porous and interchangeable as ways of doing things?
Muito bom, Renata.
Vamos lá. Também acho que as questões elas se completam.
I believe that there's things that they complement each other, and I was taking some notes with what I said, the role of the universe, and the way that we produce knowledge. Most of that goes through something that I've mentioned before, how we qualify the way that we listen to things as researchers that will work with a more participative collaboration. And this kind of research is an activist. We want to transform society. But this transformation doesn't happen even if the research has well succeeded. That we have other things related to public policies, but in the end, the transformation that we want is the transformation of the subject, bringing, like Paulo Freire once again, is the transformation of the subject. So the subject that is transformed, who is capable of being closer to the elaboration of a public policy and thinking about territory and so on. So qualifying our listening as researchers is very important, because creating this space for dialogue and interaction and using a more participative tool and having a round of conversation, a focal group, we are all capable of doing it. But what do we do with that when it comes to us? And I believe that this is related to the way we produce knowledge and this need that has been said in terms of like being more radical. I agree with Gaia. We've advanced quite a lot and we're still doing so, but we are still on the margin. Sometimes like being on the margin is not that bad, because we want to be in this counter-hegemonic force, and sometimes there is a positive side. When the Chico said about the universities, I am in a private university, and I've been thinking about my role at the private university also because I've been in contact with graduation and post-graduation students in that context. They are the first ones to study in the family. So my role and the possibility of my contribution is very important. And I also think that when it comes like to our production, my mentor said that we want to publish in the Quality Interplanetary or in the, so Chico knows Cecilia Feliciana. So not up, but they are not down, but we need the Quality Interplanetary in the university, but we also want to expand this way of communication as we have with this multiple connections perspective, and we must find other ways, and we must do both things. Otherwise, we won't generate this transformation from inside out. So university must open its doors, its people power, not only open the door under a perspective of the extension, that we go to the communities, but also like open the doors to the production of knowledge, community knowledge in universities. That's why they are being validated. And the last comment, very brief, something that I recently recall, the vulnerability of the researcher in terms of quality and participative research. Most of the times we become vulnerable as well, because participation is not like a rabbit that you take out of the hat. So sometimes no one says anything, and like especially groups under vulnerability situations, sometimes we do not have the space. That silence means quite a lot. So the question, what needs to be explored is that silence and not the other demand. So I think that we must open the doors of the universities in a more legitimate way and more qualified way, qualify the way we listen to things. Samian, floor is yours. So those who preceded me were amazing. And though they came after me and now like they made the comments before me. And I think that this event is a big step. When we give visibility, we achieve the awareness that we have social conflict, ethnical conflicts, structural problems, that we in the university leave these problems with resources and recognition. So how are we going to deal, including the metrics, and researchers that will have like to validate not only scientific validation, qualification, but this it's a bottleneck that show us like the exclusion and all the structuring processes that we need.
And I thought after this whole discussion, about how we also work, and Chico mentioned that we have a political duty of questioning these methods, and the researchers should have the same validity. We should think about the extension, the social impact, and the work. This has no validity or a scientific visibility. I believe this is also part of what we need. We need not only to change the methods, but we should have a political position, and we should question these metrics. But I was thinking about this amazing composition. Congratulations, Fernando, for putting us all here together. I believe the three of us mentioned very important issues. When I brought the examples, I believe it's important to have references. We should have a whole history and traditional classical references. We need to create these references, and I suggest other possibilities. It is very important so we can have the repertoire to copy, to subvert, to review. When Renata brings this theoretical repertoire of people, institutions, fields of knowledge that talk about it, it also strengthens us. We are not radicalizing because we are radical. No, we have a whole process, a trajectory, a discussion. Also, from the Europes, the northern thinking is also very important, but I believe Gabriela closed by saying we need to have a cognitive review, our references that bring a different look, national or international, that brings really the visibility of everything that's being excluded, this thinking which is not very visible. So it's important to compose, to form this perspective. It's a strategy to rethink about our researches, our methodologies, and all this radicalization within the space of the university, which is an emerging space. It's also limited, however. So how do we work with this prospect? How can we advance? How can we still maintain the strategies to get funding and the continuity of this research? Something I added to my presentation, and Renata mentioned this activistic mission we have and human relations we establish. In our research, we drink coffee with the person, we get to know people. These relations are very important, but not always. They are amplified because we have limitations, limits of time, resources. And we should think carefully as researchers and activists about all these issues, how we get involved. I work in education, teaching. So we should think about how involved we get. We should keep some distance, but we should also promote new possibilities inside or outside of the university. The university needs to establish partnerships with public-private institutions, organizations from the civil society, creating also a network that allows us to breathe and to have more freedom. I had some interesting experiences in consulting. There are other organizations from the civil society, social movements, how we can increase our work and amplify our results because of these networks. All these issues, happily, are being developed. Some are successful, others are not or are paused. But it's this excitement we mentioned. I'm very happy to be part of this whole process. Okay, I know we are out of time. I believe our time is already on the limit. We are beyond the time we had available. I believe this panel was excellent. I do hope everyone enjoyed it. All our audience has hopefully enjoyed it, not only us. I'd like to say that we are facing an extreme crisis in the world, and we have new challenges. This conjuncture of climate, sanitary, political, environmental crisis, this scenario of extremisms worldwide. It seems that in many countries, Sweden, Canada, Italy, things are very hard. We have a very scary scenario in the world today. And we see the lack of capacity in the classical methods. I'm a geologist, and I have been working for a long time with a methodology which was very important to develop all this knowledge of risk management in Brazil through mapping, preventive plans. All these methodologies show very clear limitations. Why doesn't that change? It has been applied for 30 years or more. Many methodologies have been applied. What happens that this does not prevent disaster? Alain Lavelle asks, so if we do not try to really solve our problems and limitations in our areas of work, we will have coward researchers and we will not achieve the plenitude of research, which is precisely having the capacity of abandoning these and experimenting with new things. That is the glory of scientific growth and evolution. We should abandon structures that formed their academic life, their practice, discovering new paths that give us an answer. The answers those tools did not give it to us. The world changes. Only science remains stable, unchangeable. No, of course not. Well, this conversation is amazing. It's great. I do hope we can continue to discuss within our postgrad program, and in every forum we can meet. We should keep talking about the need to review the methodologies from now on. I leave you all. Cheers, everyone. Chicão, thank you very much. We have to close now. See you.
Bom, não tem ninguém online por enquanto, mas quando tiver as pessoas online, eu estou só passando para todo mundo da mesa, que é aquela história. Quem está aqui não consegue falar ao mesmo tempo que as pessoas que estão online. Então, sempre dá uns 5 segundos assim, de intervalo até a próxima pessoa falar. Porque o Gabriel tem que trocar, senão dá essa microfonia.
Ok. Bom, boa tarde a todas e todas. Meu nome é Marcos Barcelos, eu sou o vice-coordenador da PGT. É uma satisfação coordenar essa mesa de encerramento. Gostaria primeiramente de agradecer a comissão organizadora, todos que participaram em todas as mesas, sessões, os palestrantes. Agradecer a mesa de hoje, a professora Camila Otaviano, a professora Angélica Valdez e a professora Rachel Weber. Bom, a dinâmica dessa mesa, o painel de encerramento, a gente colocou uma questão do futuro da pesquisa e dos programas de pós-graduação em planejamento e gestão do território, e a gente propôs que esse painel vai discutir o estado atual, os desafios das agendas de investigação e da formação a partir dos programas de pós-graduação no Brasil, América Latina e global, além de outras regiões como África, Estados Unidos e Europa, a partir das experiências das organizações da área. Primeiro, um breve aviso. Infelizmente, a professora Zenete, por um problema de saúde, não vai poder participar. E a professora Margarida, também da ALEUP, não participará. Ela enviou a vice-presidente da ALEUP, a professora Angélica. Professora Madalena, perdão. E, bom, essa mesa também tem uma dinâmica um pouco diferente. Para as professores que estão representando as associações, a gente lançou uma pergunta, com base na sua organização nos programas de pós-graduação associados, quais os desafios atuais e futuros para a formação e para a pesquisa em planejamento? Então, para elaborarem sobre esse tema, enquanto a professora Rachel Weber vai falar por último, ela vai apresentar uma discussão sobre por que os planejadores devem se importar com a financiarização. Então, tem essa dinâmica um pouco diferente. Cada convidada tem 20 minutos, a gente pode passar um pouquinho, porque a gente vai ter uma apresentadora a menos. Eu gostaria brevemente de apresentar as convidadas, né? Que é o meu lado da professora Camila Otaviano, presidente da ANPUR, né, Associação Nacional de Pós-Graduação em Pesquisa e Planejamento Urbano e Regional. A professora Camila é arquiteta e urbanista, mestre e doutora pela FAUSP, com pós-doutorado em Planejamento Urbano na UCLA. Né? Então, ela foi presidente da ANPUR nesse biênio 2021-2023, mas já foi diretora antes, 2015, 2017, 2019 e 2021. Em nome da ALEUP, né, Associação Latino-Americana de Escolas de Urbanismo e Planificação, a vice-presidente vai apresentar, a professora Angélica Cruz Valdez, da Faculdade de Arquitetura e Desenho da Universidade Autônoma do Estado do México. Ela é vice-presidente da ALEUP, como eu disse, e vice-fundadora da Sociedade de Urbanistas do Estado, membro fundadora, da Sociedade de Urbanistas do Estado do México. Por último, né, discutindo o tema de finanças e planejamento, a gente vai ter a professora Rachel Weber, que é professora do Programa de Planejamento Urbano da University of Illinois at Chicago, é doutora em City and Regional Planning pela Cornell University. A professora Rachel trabalha com temas relacionados ao urbanismo, economia política e geografia econômica, e pesquisa a relação entre finanças e ambiente construído, com foco em instrumentos e infraestruturas. Em seu trabalho, ela desenvolveu o conceito de financiarização como uma abreviação de como essas ferramentas trazem novas políticas, tipos de conhecimento e riscos para as decisões políticas e desenvolvimento. Então, gostaria mais uma vez de agradecer a presença de todos e passar a palavra para a professora Camila Otaviano. Obrigado.
Boa tarde. A minha apresentação foi com vocês, né?
Sim, só um segundo.
Não, fica...
Professor Marcos, a professora Rachel já ingressou, se quiser inserir ela na sala, falar para a gente antes da gente for sua apresentação, seria interessante.
Colocar ela na sala aqui, ela não está ainda.
Ela já está aqui, ela já está nos ouvindo.
Só falar com ela.
Hi, Professor Rachel Weber. Thank you very much for joining us in this event. It's a great honor to have you here. I understand that we have your presentation is going to be at the second part of the event, discussing finance and planning. So we are very looking forward to hear you soon. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. You'll let me know when you want me to start speaking?
Sure, I will let you know when it's your time to start speaking.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay? I just want to check the technology's okay.
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, a little bit, very
espaço de disputa, esse campo de disputa, né, da autonomia universitária, do financiamento universitário, mas também de quais são as questões que vão nos pautar do ponto de vista institucional, estão colocadas. Eu acho que isso, sem dúvida nenhuma, nos atinge e nos afeta muito fortemente. A outra questão é a questão de financiamento. Né? Então, é o financiamento não só das universidades, como estrutura física, funcionamento. A gente tem vivido há últimos anos, e eu falo, mas as universidades, eu estou na universidade estadual, então as universidades estaduais estiveram em menor risco, as estaduais de São Paulo, e entram para o próximo ano, talvez, com muito mais risco, enquanto as universidades federais vieram crescendo, né, de perda de autonomia, de ameaça, de uma série de coisas, e de perda de fundos mesmo, né, quer dizer, o corte de verbas feito nas universidades federais foi drástico nesses últimos anos, mas, para além disso, quando a gente está pensando em formação e ensino, a gente tem o problema das bolsas, né? Então, não sei vocês aqui, mas conversando com os colegas, a gente tem vários programas em que esse ano houve uma diminuição no número de inscritos nos processos seletivos. E isso repercute demais. A perspectiva de que um ingressante consiga uma bolsa é quase zero hoje em dia. Então, isso está influenciando o ingresso de pessoas, né? A gente vem num sistema, que é um sistema de cotas, de inclusão na graduação, só que ele não está conseguindo, a gente não está conseguindo dar continuidade a esse processo de formação, porque a gente está sendo estrangulado pela questão do acesso ao financiamento e às bolsas, sobretudo na pós-graduação. Então, essa não é uma questão teórica, de discussão sobre ensino, mas isso está afetando a gente diretamente. E eu acho que essa é uma questão emergencial no caso brasileiro que a gente discute. Passa o segundo. Aí a segunda coisa que eu acho que é um desafio é um pouco pensando daí na lógica dos nossos programas associados ao PUC. E aí eu coloquei duas questões que eu acho que são importantes. Uma, apesar de a gente ter os encontros nacionais, a gente vai ter agora o Secretário para o Museu da Criação trabalhando, né? E justamente esse Secretário tem essa proposta de discutir um pouco como fazer essa articulação. Eu acho que ainda falta entre nós, apesar da associação, apesar dos encontros nacionais, uma articulação efetiva no sentido de estimular a formação e ensino. Então, assim, troca de professores, disciplinas compartilhadas, fazer realmente com que essa troca entre os programas no contexto brasileiro aconteça, os próprios associados, né? E trocas mesmo, de estudar. Tudo isso que a gente discute quando a gente vai conversar com parceiros internacionais, de mobilidade, uma série de coisas, a gente poderia usar a própria rede de banco para fazer essa mobilidade, que eu acho que seria super interessante se a gente conseguisse viabilizar isso dentro da rede. A gente tem essa potência, porque já está todo mundo lá e a gente participa de alguns fóruns coletivamente. Então, acho que a gente poderia tentar fazer isso. A outra questão é a questão da internacionalização, que ela está sempre colocada, então tem, obviamente, essa relação com os fóruns internacionais, e eu acho que a gente tem que continuar tentando construir, consolidar essa troca, mas eu queria colocar aqui muito uma necessidade de a gente fazer uma troca latino-americana, de incentivar essa troca latino-americana. Também, puxando um gancho um pouco da apresentação anterior, o Chico Kumaru falou especificamente de que nós, na América Latina, temos uma diferença em relação aos colegas da América do Norte, da Europa, que foi justamente a reforma de Córdoba, que já completou um século, e que coloca a extensão universitária como um dos pilares, né, da universidade brasileira, da universidade latino-americana. E aí ele falou, em inglês não tem que ter extensão, mas, por exemplo, na própria América Latina a gente tem diferenças. Então, por exemplo, no Equador, a extensão universitária, ela chama vínculo com a sociedade. No Chile, ela chama vínculo com o meio. Então, dentro da própria América Latina, a gente tem diferenças de atuação, mas como base está a questão de que não existe a dissociação de ensino e pesquisa e essa prática de extensão, seja ela o nome que ela tiver. E eu acho que essa é uma potencialidade e a gente também, isso por um lado, né, pensando no ensino, na estrutura das nossas universidades, como possibilidade de troca, e por outro lado, a questão mesmo do que é o que a gente está estudando, o que são nossas questões, o que são os nossos problemas, quer dizer, os nossos vizinhos e parceiros latino-americanos, eles estão aí como uma oportunidade de troca e de construção coletiva e compartilhada de conhecimento. E também pegando o gancho da mesa passada, inclusive da questão de língua. Quer dizer, por que a gente poderia muito mais facilmente nos articular com os colegas latino-americanos para fazer uma produção que seja em espanhol, em português, em portunhol, que seja, para a gente também, de alguma forma, enfrentar essa produção científica que é totalmente feita em inglês. Então, eu acho que essa articulação latino-americana também seria uma possibilidade de enfrentamento e de ganho, né, de produção intelectual e acadêmica frente a essa estrutura que está colocada muito anglo-saxônica, né, de produção científica. Se você puder passar a próxima. Então, aí, o que eu acho daí, que são os desafios mais gerais que a gente poderia tentar construir, é a ideia da gente construir referenciais teóricos que falem do sul para o sul, né? Então, eu acho que a gente ainda se apropria muito de referenciais que são do norte, né? Do norte, para pensar sobre o sul. Eu não estou generalizando, mas eu acho que a gente já tem muita produção a partir do sul, mas eu acho que essa deve ser uma produção valorizada entre nós, o nosso ponto de conhecimento. Também acho que a gente deve, e tem tudo a ver com a mesa anterior, a ideia de a gente produzir referencial teórico a partir da prática e a partir da experiência. Então, eu acho que a gente tem vivências, né? E todas as experiências que foram apresentadas aqui na mesa anterior, elas apontam para isso, então a gente tem a condição de produzir também referencial teórico a partir da nossa prática cotidiana aqui, né? E aí eu acho que essa ideia de incrementar, né, a relação Brasil-América Latina a partir, inclusive, da nossa expertise em trabalho de campo, dessa experiência prática e dessa produção de conhecimento a partir de projetos participativos, de planejamento participativo. Eu acho que a experiência brasileira e latino-americana é diferente da experiência do norte global e a gente poderia incrementar isso na nossa produção e também ampliar essa, valorizar, né, essa nossa expertise justamente a partir da extensão universitária, que é uma especificidade. Essa apresentação já estava pronta, eu não colei a partir da mesa anterior. Eu mandei para a Sandra de manhã. E é justamente isso, quer dizer, então eu acho que, de alguma forma, fiquei super feliz, né, da discussão da mesa anterior, porque tem muito a ver com isso que eu acredito, que eu acho que a gente poderia incentivar, e que como associação dentro da cultura a gente tem tentado, inclusive dentro dos encontros nacionais e tudo mais, valorizar essas áreas também, e a própria questão da extensão universitária. E aí, isso, né, a apresentação é essa, estou aqui fazendo um pouco uma propaganda já do ano de 2023, sobretudo porque a chamada de trabalhos está aberta e se encerra no final do mês, então eu acho que seria muito legal que os alunos, todos os pós-graduandos aqui do programa, se animassem a enviar propostas, porque eu acho que vocês não têm a vivência, né? Alguns de vocês, os mais novos, não tiveram a oportunidade de ter os encontros presenciais. E o Enamput, além de tudo, é um espaço muito legal para você encontrar muitas das pessoas que você leu, que você conhece de ouvir falar, né? É um espaço de congregação, fisicamente falando, muito importante, eu acho, no nosso contexto brasileiro. Então, eu acho que seria, depois de 3 anos sem a gente poder se encontrar, eu acho que essa possibilidade de a gente fazer um encontro presencial no ano que vem tem nos animado muito aí. Em Belém do Pará, tem um prefeito, né, de esquerda, a gente está com tudo, a gente espera que tudo dê certo. A gente brinca na hora que o pessoal que está organizando Belém do Pará falaram que eles já tinham escolhido o lugar da festa, se podia já parar de organizar o evento que estava acontecendo. Então, eu acho que chama todos para mandarem trabalho, inclusive os nossos colegas latino-americanos, de outros lugares para mandarem também, que eu acho que é um momento importante de troca, né, e de reflexão, e de produção do conhecimento.
Obrigado por você ter vindo, compartilhar a trajetória da Clube, desafios também iguais. Está todo mundo com saudade da Clube, uma tarefa de saudade em breve. Gostaria de passar a palavra para a professora Angélica Cruz Valdez. Bom. Infelizmente, vai conseguir falar com a professora Angélica agora, porque eu não depois. Teve um problema de conexão. Então, professora Rachel.
In words.
Hi, Professor Rachel, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm in a hotel, actually at our annual conference for planning academics. I'm in Toronto, and I'm hoping that the Wi-Fi is sustained for my talk. So I apologize in advance if I flash in or out. So I don't have slides today. I'm just going to speak a little bit on the topic that Jean asked me to talk about, and I just wanted to say, first of all, that I appreciate you asking me to speak to you all today, and I would love at some point in the future to be talking in person and being together. The topic of my little talk today is why planners should care about financialization, specifically property financialization. And for the last 20 years or so, my research has been on this topic, which I think is a new and a novel approach to urban planning. So my work has examined the financialization of urban development and urban governance. Mainly the ways in which city governments, municipal governments, where many public planners work, and urban space have become increasingly entangled in financial markets, so capital markets, investment markets, Wall Street has had increasing influence over urban development and governance decisions. And most of my work is in the United States, even though I work with colleagues in Brazil, in Argentina and France, and it seems as if many of these trends are taking place globally, even if their local articulations look different. So I'm arguing that this increasing entanglement with financial markets has brought about extensive changes in the way that city governments budget, the ways that they fund infrastructure, the ways that they partner with developers on large-scale projects, and the ways that they manage crises. So the idea of viewing property as a financial asset is not new. For years, Marxist and heterodox scholars have argued that land and houses, commercial space, that they're valued more for their role in exchange than in use, right? Sort of exchange value or market value being sort of dominating use values. However, since the 2008 financial crisis, scholars have become much more aware of the consolidated power of financial markets and have come to view property, urban governance through this lens of financialization. So there are a lot of disagreements about what the term actually means. Most scholars argue that financialization is a word that is used to describe a dramatic restructuring of the economy overall, not just real estate and urban development, so a dramatic restructuring of the economy that has occurred in the last few decades. In its most narrow form, financialization refers to the economy's shift away from commodity production and toward profit-making through financial channels. But in real estate, we see these changes manifest in the significant uptick in capital flows to land and buildings, most of which are in metropolitan regions. For example, asset managers have steadily increased their targeted allocation in real estate from about 10%, or now it's about, it was 10% in 2013 up to about 18% in 2021. So everything from social housing estates to school buildings to tolled infrastructure like roads and highways to office parks to luxury apartment buildings, these increasingly show up on the balance sheets of asset managers and pension funds and even university endowments. So as real property has come to be treated as a financial asset, there has been a blurring of the boundary between physical and financial assets. Investors and lenders abstract the physical asset and treat buildings like they might a stock or a bond, that is, as a generator of cash flows, of rents, of tax benefits, and of capital gains that can be captured and appropriated. Similarly, cities too now look at their infrastructure and revenue streams like taxes as raw material for financial instruments. So instruments like tax increment financing, which I've studied in depth, which is an economic development tool, help to convert the tax base into cash flows that can be bought and sold in public debt markets. Infrastructures like toll roads and parking meters are repurposed from public goods to streams of future revenues that are sold off to multinational investment consortia. Using the capital of pension funds and insurance companies, so of workers and households, investment intermediaries purchase property in public debt. So it puts these actors, households, workers, and municipal governments in the uncomfortable position oftentimes of paying more to borrow money, paying more to use infrastructure, toll roads, paying higher rents, just to ensure positive returns for their retirement savings. And financialization also shows up in municipal budgets, so in the finances of local governments. So even in the United States, even before the pandemic, local government indebtedness had grown to new heights, with an increasing portion of revenues generated from taxes and development fees and development charges being used to pay outstanding debts. So there are different schools of financialization, different ways of approaching this process. I guess I identify more with those who take a kind of constructivist and political economy approach to how these processes take place. So I don't assume that financialization is structurally overdetermined or a fait accompli. I argue that it takes a lot of work, a lot of effort to create the kind of statecraft, the kinds of local government apparatus through which things like land and tax revenues and tax savings and buildings can be converted into financial assets, how they can be smoothed and broken apart and molded into safe assets that look like liquid investments and fungible in the eyes of global investors. So to convert urban space into more homogeneous, liquid, and fast transacted assets, local governments have had to do a couple of things. They've had to reorganize themselves in ways that allow for this process of assetization to take place. What this has meant in city governments, and I've primarily looked at my own city, the city of Chicago, is that certain government functions have been elevated and moved to different departments. So certain planning decisions and infrastructure management and budgeting decisions have moved from the planning departments of local governments to the budget office or to the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer's office. So there's been a kind of internal restructuring of local government. Local governments have worked closely with consulting firms and professional intermediaries to channel capital in different forms into the built environment, and to determine how operating cash flows and tax bills and profits and liabilities for losses and debts incurred can be divided between multiple fractional owners. Local governments have created new investment instruments such as tax increment financing, revenue bonds, auction rate securities, so new financial investment opportunities that help organize financial claims to the city. And lastly, I argue that cities have adopted new kinds of knowledge practices to help arrange urban space for extraction. So different kinds of valuation techniques, accounting measures, financial strategies that help compress location, the material components of buildings, zoning regulations, prevailing tax codes, and land use into numbers that can be arrayed on a spreadsheet. So these are the kinds of issues that I look into in my research. But I'm sure that your audience is probably more interested in what effect this has on cities and planners instead of just the technicalities of how this process of financialization takes place. So how does financialization affect planners and planning and the public stewardship of urban environments? So I would argue that most public sector planners tend to focus on buildings and urban space as material objects that are fixed in space, right? They focus on land use and design, spatial planning decisions that treat these built environments as if, like they're, sort of more static, and that they provide value primarily to the users. They provide economic benefits to corporations who occupy space in skyscrapers. The tax revenues provide fiscal flows to the state so that it can pay for services. They treat cities as places, understandably, in which to work and live and play. And they also see the sort of regulatory networks over which state actors have some control, whether it's negotiating land use and zoning, providing building permits, or overlaying different kinds of development, providing incentives or charging exactions. So sort of very much sort of treating the buildings and the built environment like material objects. But they often don't understand sort of how these different financial flows circulate, or who actually owns the built environment, and how those kinds of ownership claims affect what happens in the built environment. So understanding first and foremost how finance owns the city, I think, is an important sort of takeaway for planners. So, for example, during the pandemic, rental housing was probably the most popular class of real estate building type for different kinds of investment funds, for pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, insurance companies, private equity firms, all of whom were looking for a sort of safe harbor for their investment funds. So today, a handful of institutional investors control the entire US rental market, overseeing the largest transfer of wealth from tenants to landlords in US history. So in 2001, so only 20 years ago, these investors owned about 18% of all rental housing. Today, institutional owners own 47% of rental housing in the United States, making them the largest single group of landlords in the US rental market. So this kind of monopoly ownership really complicates the laws of supply and demand. It complicates the ability to enjoy use values from the built environment. Institutional investors merge, exclude, collude to raise prices above competitive levels, with conduct like evictions and sort of artificially restricting housing supply in certain areas. But meanwhile, planners believe that the solution to the affordability crisis in the United States, and as I'm learning in Toronto as well, is really just to sort of to mess with the sort of supply and demand, right? They believe that the only way to reduce rents is to build more housing. So forgetting about the fact that housing is also a financial asset. If an understanding of financialization would show that liberalizing zoning and allowing for more housing production can also create more opportunities for investor ownership and financial speculation. So, even in something as mundane as property appraisal, figuring out the value of property, appraisers weight their estimates of value toward recent comparable sales. So no matter how crazy or high these sales prices might be, so even when there's a spate of new construction, particularly of high-end housing, rather than suppress rents, what happens is we see that financialized housing production can push markets toward a new higher pricing structure rather than helping to equilibrate a previous one. So the fallacy of creating more housing to reduce prices or rents is exposed, I think, more readily when one takes a financialization approach. But planners are generally ignorant of the financial worlds where these objects circulate, or the way that financial actors view these objects as basically a series of cash flows. Although the building's facades and structural integrity may remain visibly intact, ownership stakes and financial components of buildings move about in different markets and show up on different people's spreadsheets. Market devices help to disembed local assets and reorganize their constituent elements within financial portfolios, distributing parts of the assets and the risk of being invested in them. So there's this constant sort of process of disassembly and reallocating different pieces, sort of fractional ownership of different parts of buildings and infrastructure to different stakeholders. And this makes it very difficult for local government planners to negotiate with the actual owners of the built environment. It increases the number of stakeholders, people who have a financial or material interest in the built environment. But who does a planner negotiate with if they want to try to get a building owner, say, to invest in more climate adaptive types of technology? Or if they want to build a bike lane on a road whose revenue streams for the parking meters have been sold off to global investors, who does the municipality negotiate with? So there are questions about, sort of like the issue of responsibility and accountability. When you have large asset managers like BlackRock and Vanguard, they may own the housing, they may own the bonds that the municipalities sell to build new housing, and they may own the mortgages that the municipality has, the borrowing for that the developers have used to build the building. So these large firms have really cornered the market in that they have so many different subsidiaries. They may own a mortgage company. They may have a consulting arm that municipalities work with. But there does seem to be this kind of consolidation and monopolization of sort of the different kinds of activities that municipalities would get involved with. So they're everywhere, and yet they may be nowhere when it comes down to problems like high vacancies or poor maintenance, or needing to sort of restructure the infrastructure. What municipalities don't exactly know who to work with, because oftentimes these games are being played above the heads of local governments and may sort of disempower them or reduce the scope for public authority. So oftentimes when conflicts arise, and this happens maybe long after sort of contracts are signed, it can still have an effect on a local government's desire to regulate space. And I use the example often of how in Chicago, we sold our fare revenue, the revenue from our parking meters, to the investment bank Morgan Stanley with a lease for 99 years. So for 99 years, all the money from the parking meters is not going to the city of Chicago, but it's going to Morgan Stanley. And so that means that anytime the city wants to add a bike lane, or even when a neighborhood group wants to hold a street fair, anything that would take away from parking meter revenues, it means the city has to pay Morgan Stanley what it calls a compensation event. So I believe that this can really kind of sort of foreclose the future. It constrains planners in that they have less room to navigate, fewer resources to allocate when it, because many of these resources have already been committed to financial capital. So even in the revenues, they can't use these additional revenues to reduce taxes on residents. They can't use these revenues to, for environmental or public health kinds of purposes, because these are revenues are already obligated contractually to these investment funds. So I just want to end with a kind of question, which is, I've sort of set up a situation where we have planners on one side and finance on the other, and engaged in somewhat adversarial or antagonistic relationships. And we may see this in the course of certain kinds of negotiations. But what I also think has happened is that the public sector in many ways has become much more accommodating of finance. So it's not as if they're adversaries, but it seems to me, particularly from, again, sort of studying the city where I do most of my research in Chicago, is that their interests now are so entangled, the interests of the public and the private sector, the interests of local governments and financial capital are so entangled. The cities are so dependent on finance as a source of capital to help implement their ambitious goals, that in many ways the local governments really don't sort of stick up, or they don't stand up against finance. They're in a sort of structurally weaker position. So they may have no choice, right? City governments can't, they're grounded or rooted, embedded in place, and compared to geographically mobile capital. And local governments feel they have to placate the private sector or risk losing private investment. But I also think that after 4 decades of neoliberalism and austerity, we have very different kinds of planners and local governments in office. And in many ways, the sort of social arms of local governments, the redistributive arms of local governments, have been incapacitated for so long that, as I said, the local government that negotiates with finance in 2022 is very different from the one that did so in 1970. In many ways, local governments are kind of setting themselves up to work better with finance, to work with and through in finance instead of against finance. So local governments are not just responding to infrastructure lease offers that are made by global investment banks, but instead they're building and operating these very complex frameworks or apparatuses comprised of knowledge and regulations and market devices to help make possible the realization of value from financialized municipal assets and urban space. Planners are put in positions of protecting asset values for finance. And they often agree to these kinds of arrangements to avoid raising taxes. And to basically kind of cajole or convince these financial actors to continue to pay for infrastructure because they're not getting money as much money from the federal government or central government. I believe this is also happening in countries like Brazil. You have sort of devolution without additional funding for things like infrastructure. And when you're in this kind of fiscally stressed situation, you rely more and more on financial actors. So anyways, I recognize that I am generalizing somewhat about the nature of the local government, of planners, and of financial markets. I believe that these interests are generally contingent and very difficult to pin down, mainly because the sort of responsibility of government itself is quite unstable. We see with new administrations and elected officials who come and go, and I commend you all for re-electing Lula. A different administration will leave its own sort of influence and imprimatur on the sort of degree to which local governments are dependent on finance. So different administrations, like I said, elected leaders and social movements have the potential to enact different goals and to sort of change the balance of power. Yet it is difficult to see how, in the absence of federal interventions and financial market regulation, how local planners can really address this problem on their own. So I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rachel, for a very interesting talk. There are a lot of colleagues and students here in our department that read your work, and it's very useful for all of us.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Acho que nós podemos abrir para uma rodada de perguntas. Eu não sei se o Gabriel tem no chat alguma coisa. Não temos perguntas no chat. Rachel, we're going to have a round of questions here.
Okay. It's a little hard to hear you, but I'll try my best.
Speak louder.
Okay.
Bom, pergunta de Jerome.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for your... Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Aqui, ó. Nossa Senhora, é mesmo.
Aqui onde eu tô.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I have a question actually for both of you. I think your presentation brings us back to the planning curriculum, because you sort of presented an evolution of the planning field from the 70s up to present days, right? And the way you pictured it, it's a very awkward situation nowadays, a very difficult entanglement between planners and financial actors. So my question is actually to the both of you, because Camila is the president of our National Association of Graduate Studies in planning, so in urban and regional planning. So what would be your recommendation to improve the planning curriculum? Not only improve, but to sort of build capacity for planners to deal with these multiple scales and these emerging actors in the capital market. That's the same question for you.
I guess I have some ideas about that. Oh, look at my big head on your screen. Some ideas for how to best train planners to deal in this environment. I think it's important, first and foremost, to give them critical skills, to have them read, about the problems associated with this kind of financialized capitalism and, sort of financialized processes of urbanization. So I think the critical research is really important. So it's a lot of the work that, Jeroen, you and I do, and others in this sort of field, the kind of the critics. But then I think, because planning is a professional degree program and we're training people to work in the field, it's incumbent on us to also teach them how to operate in these new environments and how to be better negotiators, better bargainers, and to be able to kind of, to stand up to the requests of developers and banks, and, because developers will always say, I can't do those things you want me to do. I can't put in the natural landscaping, or I can't put in the climate adaptive infrastructure, and the different kinds of make different kinds of physical improvements to my building, because if I do, my investors won't get the rate of return that they are seeking. So I will not be able to get the bank loan. My investors will abandon me if you, the city, makes me do all these things. So that's a very common justification from developers for why they don't build more, sort of humane, ecologically adaptive, you name it, kinds of environments. So if planners don't know how to read the spreadsheets and read the operating pro forma that developers are providing, if they don't understand the financial feasibility analyses that developers are providing with them, then they just accept what they say. They say, oh, well, I guess, we can't ask you to do too much. So I think in addition to the critical literature, teaching planners how to read spreadsheets, how to understand different kinds of mortgage calculations, how to, in some ways it's very similar to a curriculum that you would find in a business school or a real estate program. But I think that those are really important skills. And then a third comment is also negotiation skills. So regardless of the technical aspects and the financial kinds of documents and budgets and operating pro forma, that they should be able to understand, having negotiation skills is also, I think, critical, because so many of these programs, or the ways in which finance and local governments encounter each other, are through negotiations. Oftentimes sort of through the developer, through intermediaries. And so I think that sort of a basic class in negotiation, again, this is very common in MBA programs and business schools in the United States, but less common in planning programs.
I completely agree with Rachel. But I think besides the critical skills and teach how to operate, we should also give them the skills and the tools how to operate. And I think besides that, we should think about practice also, because for us here, it's very common, and we evaluate this, but to know how this, what's the planning is going to be in the real world, in physical way. So I think the practice, it's important for the students also, because sometimes the tools and the skills are very theoretical, and they have to know really what's the consequences of some kind of planning, of a specific tool, a specific kind of legislation. So I think the practice is also fundamental. I never thought about this negotiation skills that Rachel taught. I think it's something for us to think about. Has to do, of course, with the advocacy planning also, had to do with it. But I think we never thought about this really here in Brazil. I think it's something very new for us. So I think it's something for us to think also, maybe. But I completely agree with Rachel also.
I have a question. I have a question for Rachel. Rachel, I know that there's a lot of similarities, but I'd like to know what your suggestions to study financialization in a peripheral, underdeveloped country such as Brazil, comparing to the US, for instance, that it's our main focus. When you think about we have a more interventionist state, we have less developed capital markets, weaker securitization, restrictions to local governments to access capital markets. I mean, just think about what your suggestions to try to approach.
I mean, in some ways, you're in a potentially better situation than in the United States then, because if you have less developed financial markets, if these kinds of market devices and instruments are still novel, if they're still new, it means that there's more potential to mold or influence them. And if you have, a more interventionist state, if there's more, I think the relations of federalism and the different scales of government that are responsible for different programs is also really important. And so it's possible, for example, that local planners can have some influence in terms of the central government, and maybe, get more involved in issues that are about regulating the financial market if they can demonstrate there are negative local impacts to certain kinds of not just policies. And I think in the United States, we're all very familiar with your Mia Casa, Mia Vida program. I think that's often been studied and sort of shown as being maybe an example of financialization, encouraging more mortgages and households to kind of enter into the credit markets and debt markets in ways that they had not previously. But if there are ways for sort of local planners somehow to have a voice in central government, then I think in Brazil, you may have more of an opportunity to have influence over things that in the United States, there's really, it's very difficult. So we see in the US, protests against evictions and protests against BlackRock purchasing, social housing or housing that has been foreclosed on. But it's the scale is still very localized. It's very rare that the planners have any voice in federal or central government kinds of decisions. And all of that financial market regulation is all at the central government. There's very little, sort of aside from sort of tax issues. And just so many things are kind of out of the hands of local planners. So in some ways, I find it somewhat encouraging that in the global South, there may be more of an opening to create, environments where maybe, the financial market has kind of less power and, less ability to kind of corner the market, to own such a large percentage of the rental housing, for example. If there are prohibitions on that kind of monopoly ownership, or you just don't have investment firms that are big enough. I do think, just from my scant knowledge of South America, though, there's still a kind of a tradition, and this is where I see sort of like some of your history and dependency theory kind of coming in. Your negative experiences with global institutions like the IMF and the World Bank seem to have pushed your governments toward more kinds of deregulatory. And then, after years of Bolsonaro too. So I guess on one hand, I'm optimistic. On another hand, I know enough about the history to think that that countries like Brazil, large countries, growing countries are vulnerable, particularly to having more international investment in things like social housing and other kinds of sort of built environments that even make it harder for local governments to have any influence over these kinds of investment decisions.
You have to come here.
Okay.
You have to talk to the...
Close to the mic and...
Okay.
Next
I'm
to the-
going to talk in português. Uma pequena pergunta para você. Que é o seguinte, fiquei muito, assim, muito contente de escutar você falar sobre a importância de construir nexos com a América Latina. Até porque eu me movimento bastante nesse espaço. Mas sempre é uma dificuldade, né? Na verdade, tem algumas dificuldades que são do tipo, que tem a ver com a língua. Vou ser muito sincero, mas depois a gente pode falar sobre isso. Mas tem uma outra dificuldade que tem a ver com as primeiras questões que você estava falando, que tem a ver com essa espécie de mistificação da produção em revistas em inglês e desse mundo anglo-saxão. E essa mistificação, na verdade, obviamente não vem da Ampur, ela vem fundamentalmente da CAPES e provavelmente dos nossos colegas de outras áreas e tudo demais, né? Então, acho muito difícil a gente insistir por essa via, se ao mesmo tempo a agência que regula nossos programas, que nos dá uma pontuação, que nos provê de recursos e nos controla, na verdade vai por outro caminho, né? Então, eu gostaria de saber a sua opinião sobre isso.
Vou responder em português também, tudo bem? Não é chato? Rachel, I'm answering in Portuguese because he asked me something. Okay, sorry. Como se chama? Geraldo. Então, Geraldo, eu acho que a gente tem aí um desafio, por isso que eu estou colocando isso. Então, por exemplo, no caso da Ampur, a Ampur tem, historicamente, uma relação muito mais forte com o DIPIM, que é a associação global e que estava muito centrada na América do Norte, Estados Unidos e Europa. E a gente tem tentado incentivar com a LEUP, né, e outras articulações. Agora a gente passou a fazer parte da Claxo, a Ampur também. Porque eu acho que é o seguinte, eu acho que essa mudança de posição, ela também acontece a partir de um certo movimento. Então, a gente também tem que se movimentar e construir essas pontes para mostrar que elas são sólidas o suficiente para serem consideradas, né? Então, por exemplo, nós temos várias revistas da nossa área, latino-americanas, colombianas, chilenas, que são A1. A gente pode tranquilamente, assim, pensando nessa questão da pontuação e tal, quer dizer, mas muitas vezes nós priorizamos, por conta dessa lógica, tentar fazer a tradução para o inglês. Então, assim, eu acho que tem que ter um movimento de valorização dessa articulação, porque tem uma produção consolidada e de muita qualidade. Então, a gente tem que fazer esse movimento e mostrar que esses caminhos existem. Óbvio que tem, por exemplo, edital CAPES de bolsa de pós-doc. Em geral, nem tem a opção em geral do calendário é do calendário do hemisfério norte, para você fazer bolsa no exterior. Não tem a opção do calendário hemisfério sul, do tipo assim, começar em janeiro e terminar em junho, começar em agosto e terminar em dezembro, né? O próprio calendário, né, da bolsa é um calendário do ensino, né, do calendário acadêmico do hemisfério norte, quer dizer, isso é um absurdo. Mas enquanto, assim, é um pouco na tentativa e erro mesmo, né? Eu acho que tem uma potencialidade incrível da gente fazer essas trocas, né? Mesmo quando a gente está falando de feminismo, de racismo, eu acho que se a gente tivesse, quer dizer, com os povos indígenas, tem uma série de coisas que a gente pode contribuir a partir da América Latina. Por quê? Porque a gente tem condições socioeconômicas muito equivalentes, a gente tem uma história, né, de colonização que é diferente da colonização da América do Norte. Então, eu acho que tem uma potência incrível, e essa potência só vai se transformar em realidade se a gente começar a fazer essa movimentação. Do ponto de vista de Ampur, a gente tem, né, com as nossas parcas, perninhas, tentado fazer essa mobilização. Então, por exemplo, já há algum tempo, os encontros da Ampur aceitam trabalho em espanhol. Então, assim, são pequenas movimentações que ainda não têm um efeito, mas alguma hora terá, né? Então, a gente faz divulgação das chamadas de trabalho para os nossos colegas latino-americanos, para, né, eventualmente mandarem trabalhos. Então, acho que é isso. É trabalho de formiguinha, né?
Alguma outra pergunta? I have one more question to Rachel, if I may. Rachel, do you see any way of thinking about a progressive financialization? Is it possible to counter financialization in a progressive way somehow?
That's an excellent question. And I've realized that after so many years of being critical of the existing system, I need to present something positive to put in its place. So I've been working with some scholars on what we're calling non-extractive finance. So this is sort of sources of capital that are not necessarily seeking to profit from investments. And so we're interviewing people who are involved in this kind of almost like a social finance kind of world. And I'm particularly interested when there are examples of real estate, for example, and these are very small scale. So we're not talking, highways and parking meters and, 60-story apartment buildings, but we're talking about smaller buildings that are built through different kinds of cooperative financial mechanisms, almost like kind of crowdfunding of residents, to have, individuals putting up small amounts of their own money, but also having more control or influence how those monies are spent. And then also looking at the kinds of sources of funding that do not need to make a kind of market return, but that are not the public sector, that are not the local government. So in the United States, even though things are quite crazy and, like I say, there's a lot of kind of monopoly power by a handful of big asset and investment managers, there's also a lot of experimentation taking place at a very local level. So these are not national organizations. They're very small organizations, often started in low-income neighborhoods to try to, in some ways, resist or move against the kind of predatory or extractive influence of mainstream or conventional capital. So I can point to some small examples. But these, the question is sort of how can we scale these up so that they can have greater influence and can become more mainstream.
Rachel and Camila, it was a great privilege to have both of you here for our final session. I hope to see you again here at the university. And I'm going to switch to Portuguese just to the final addresses, but thank you very much, Rachel.
Thank you for having me, and I wish you all the best with all of your efforts to improve and refine planning education in Brazil. And hopefully, like I said, I will see you at some point in the future in person.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Goodbye, everybody.
Bom, pessoal, então eu gostaria de agradecer mais uma vez as participantes, Camila e Rachel, ótimas apresentações. Agradecer a todos que organizaram o seminário, né, todos que apresentaram, discutiram, coordenaram mesas, e todos que participaram desse esforço coletivo da PGT em 10 anos. Né? Então,